Cozy.
99.
Yes, that last time in New York against the Yankees. Makes quick adjustments on changeups. Oh, if there was ever a pitch you want.
Chased.
So he wants to go all speed down.
Up in the air and into right center. Cole tested positive on August 3rd.
Good outing so far for Garrett Cole. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Third at bat. Fastball misses out.
That's
Again.
That's all for it. And then forces you.
It's the 6th inning. And a tiny side. Ohtani, center field, deep. Stanton is there, and he makes. That's the second time.
That's the danger when you run a fastball in against Ohtani.
In Angels history,
Well, that's a pretty good fastball.
he played a couple seasons, 2018, 2019. And one goes to the screen.
Likely a fastball here or back to another changeup.
Getting up. That's strike 3 called. And it had plenty of the plate. Idle for almost 2 weeks on the injured list was COVID.
We had 149 games started on right.
Ohtani takes a rip. At 2-1.
Cozy.
99.
Yes, that last time in New York against the Yankees. Makes quick adjustments on changeups. Oh, if there was ever a pitch you want.
Chased.
So he wants to go all speed down.
Up in the air and into right center. Cole tested positive on August 3rd.
Good outing so far for Garrett Cole. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Third at bat. Fastball misses out.
That's
Again.
That's all for it. And then forces you.
It's the 6th inning. And a tiny side. Ohtani, center field, deep. Stanton is there, and he makes. That's the second time.
That's the danger when you run a fastball in against Ohtani.
In Angels history,
Well, that's a pretty good fastball.
he played a couple seasons, 2018, 2019. And one goes to the screen.
Likely a fastball here or back to another changeup.
Getting up. That's strike 3 called. And it had plenty of the plate. Idle for almost 2 weeks on the injured list was COVID.
We had 149 games started on right.
Ohtani takes a rip. At 2-1.
Cozy.
99.
Yes, that last time in New York against the Yankees. Makes quick adjustments on changeups. Oh, if there was ever a pitch you want.
Chased.
So he wants to go all speed down.
Up in the air and into right center. Cole tested positive on August 3rd.
Good outing so far for Garrett Cole. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Third at bat. Fastball misses out.
That's
Again.
off for it. And then forces you.
It's his 6th inning. And Ohtani side. Ohtani, center field, deep. Stanton is there, and he makes. That's the second time.
That's the danger when you run a fastball in against Ohtani.
In Angels history,
Well, that's a pretty good fastball.
he played a couple seasons, 2018, 2019. And one goes to the screen.
Likely a fastball here or back to another changeup.
Getting up. That's strike 3 called. And it had plenty of the plate. Idle for almost 2 weeks on the injured list was COVID.
We had a 149 games started on right.
Ohtani takes a rip. At 2-1.
Cozy.
99.
That last time in New York against the Yankees. Makes quick adjustments on changeups. Oh, if there was ever a pitch you want.
Chase.
Looks like he wants to go off speed down.
Up in the air and into right center. Cole tested positive on August 3rd.
Good outing so far for Garrett Cole. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Third at bat. Fastball misses out.
That's
Again.
off for it. And then forces you.
It's his 6th inning. And Ohtani side. Ohtani, center field, deep. Stanton is there, and he makes. That's the second time.
That's the danger when you run a fastball in against Ohtani.
In Angels history,
Well, that's a pretty good fastball.
he played a couple seasons, 2018, 2019. And one goes to the screen.
Likely a fastball here or back to another changeup.
Getting up. That's strike 3 called. And it had plenty of the plate. Idle for almost 2 weeks on the injured list was COVID.
We had a 149 games started on right.
Ohtani takes a rip. At 2-1.
Cozy.
99.
That last time in New York against the Yankees. Makes quick adjustments on changeups. Oh, if there was ever a pitch you want.
Chase.
Looks like he wants to go off speed down.
Up in the air and into right center. Cole tested positive on August 3rd.
Good outing so far for Garrett Cole. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Third at bat. Fastball misses out.
That's
Again.
off for it. And then forces you.
It's his 6th inning. And Ohtani side. Ohtani, center field, deep. Stanton is there, and he makes. That's the second time.
That's the danger when you run a fastball in against Ohtani.
In Angels history,
Well, that's a pretty good fastball.
he played a couple seasons, 2018, 2019. And one goes to the screen.
Likely a fastball here or back to another changeup.
Getting up. That's strike three called. And it had plenty of the plate. Idle for almost 2 weeks on the injured list was COVID.
We had a 149 games started on the right.
Ohtani takes a rip. At 2-1.
Goes
99.
Yes, that last time in New York against the Yankees. Makes quick adjustments on changeups. Oh, if there was ever a pitch you want.
Chase.
Looks like he wants to go all speed down.
Up in the air and into right center. Cole tested positive on August 3rd.
Good outing so far for Garrett Cole. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Third at bat. Fastball misses out.
That's
Again.
That's all for it. And then forces you.
It's the 6th inning. And Ohtani.
Side.
Ohtani, center field, deep. Stanton is there, and he makes. That's the second time.
That's the danger when you run a fastball in against Ohtani.
In Angels history,
Well, that's a pretty good fastball.
he played a couple seasons, 2018, 2019. And one goes to the screen.
Likely a fastball here or back to another changeup.
Getting up. That's strike three called. And it had plenty of the plate. Idle for almost 2 weeks on the injured list was COVID.
We had a 149 games started on the right.
Ohtani takes a rip. At 2-1.
Goes
99.
Yes, that last time in New York against the Yankees. Makes quick adjustments on changeups. Oh, if there was ever a pitch you want.
Chase.
Looks like he wants to go all speed down.
Up in the air and into right center. Cole tested positive on August 3rd.
Good outing so far for Garrett Cole. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Third at bat. Fastball misses out.
That's
Again.
That's all for it. And then forces you.
It's the 6th inning. And Ohtani.
Side.
Ohtani, center field, deep. Stanton is there, and he makes. That's the second time.
That's the danger when you run a fastball in against Ohtani.
In Angels history,
Well, that's a pretty good fastball.
he played a couple seasons, 2018, 2019. And one goes to the screen.
Likely a fastball here or back to another changeup.
Getting up. That's strike three called. And it had plenty of the plate. Idle for almost 2 weeks on the injured list was COVID.
We had 149 games started on the right.
Ohtani takes a rip. At 2-1.
Cozy.
99.
Yes, that last time in New York against the Yankees. Makes quick adjustments on changeups. Oh, if there was ever a pitch you want.
Chased.
So he wants to go all speed down.
Up in the air and into right center. Cole tested positive on August 3rd.
Good outing so far for Garrett Cole. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Third at bat. Fastball misses out.
That's
Again.
That's all for it. And then forces you.
It's the 6th inning. And Ohtani.
Side.
Ohtani, center field, deep. Stanton is there, and he makes. That's the second time.
That's the danger when you run a fastball in against Ohtani.
In Angels history.
Well, that's a pretty good fastball.
He played a couple seasons, 2018, 2019. And one goes to the screen.
Likely a fastball here or back to another changeup.
Getting up. That's strike 3 called. And it had plenty of the plate. Idle for almost 2 weeks on the injured list was COVID.
We had 149 games started on the right.
Ohtani takes a rip. At 2-1.
Cozy.
99.
Yes, that last time in New York against the Yankees. Makes quick adjustments on changeups. Oh, if there was ever a pitch you want.
Chased.
So he wants to go all speed down.
Up in the air and into right center. Cole tested positive on August 3rd.
Good outing so far for Garrett Cole. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Third at bat. Fastball misses out.
That's
Again.
all for it. And then forces you.
It's the 6th inning. And Ohtani.
Side.
Ohtani, center field, deep. Stanton is there, and he makes. That's the second time.
That's the danger when you run a fastball in against Ohtani.
In Angels history.
Well, that's a pretty good fastball.
He played a couple seasons, 2018, 2019. And one goes to the screen.
Likely a fastball here or back to another changeup.
Getting up. That's strike 3 called. And it had plenty of the plate. Idle for almost 2 weeks on the injured list was COVID.
We had 149 games started on the right.
Ohtani takes a rip. At 2-1.
Cozy.
99.
Yes, that last time in New York against the Yankees. Makes quick adjustments on changeups. Oh, if there was ever a pitch you want.
Chase.
So he wants to go all speed down.
Up in the air and into right center. Cole tested positive on August 3rd.
Good outing so far for Garrett Cole. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Third at bat. Fastball misses out.
That's
Again.
all for it. And then forces you.
It's the 6th inning. And Ohtani.
Side.
Ohtani, center field, deep. Stanton is there, and he makes. That's the second time.
That's the danger when you run a fastball in against Ohtani.
In Angels history,
Well, that's a pretty good fastball.
he played a couple seasons, 2018, 2019. And one goes to the screen.
Likely a fastball here or back to another changeup.
Getting up. That's strike 3 called. And it had plenty of the plate. Idle for almost 2 weeks on the injured list was COVID.
We had 149 games started on the right.
Ohtani takes a rip. At 2-1.
Goes
99.
Yes, that last time in New York against the Yankees. Makes quick adjustments on changeups. Oh, if there was ever a pitch you want.
Chase.
So he wants to go all speed down.
Up in the air and into right center. Cole tested positive on August 3rd.
Good outing so far for Garrett Cole. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Third at bat. Fastball misses out.
That's
Again.
all for it. And then forces you.
It's the 6th inning. And Ohtani.
Side.
Ohtani, center field, deep. Stanton is there, and he makes. That's the second time.
That's the danger when you run a fastball in against Ohtani.
In Angels history,
Well, that's a pretty good fastball.
he played a couple seasons, 2018, 2019. And one goes to the screen.
Likely a fastball here or back to another changeup.
Getting up. That's strike 3 called. And it had plenty of the plate. Idle for almost 2 weeks on the injured list was COVID.
We had 149 games started on the right.
Ohtani takes a rip. At 2-1.
Goes
99.
Yes, that last time in New York against the Yankees. Makes quick adjustments on changeups. Oh, if there was ever a pitch you want.
Chase.
So he wants to go all speed down.
Up in the air and into right center. Cole tested positive on August 3rd.
Good outing so far for Garrett Cole. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings.
Third at bat. Fastball misses out.
That's
Again.
all for it. And then forces you.
It's the 6th inning. And Ohtani.
Side.
Ohtani, center field, deep. Stanton is there, and he makes. That's the second time.
That's the danger when you run a fastball in against Ohtani.
In Angels history,
well, that's a pretty good fastball.
he played a couple seasons, 2018, 2019. And one goes to the screen.
Likely a fastball here or back to another changeup.
Getting up. That's strike three called. And it had plenty of the plate. Idle for almost 2 weeks on the injured list was COVID.
We had 149 games started on right.
Ohtani takes a rip. At 2-1.
Jose.
99.
Yes, that last time in New York against the Yankees.
Of course, the focus, though, is Davis D, young Halo Arms, and Miggy's milestone. Could that happen tonight? Here's the latest edition of the Joe Madden Show with Mark Gubicza.
All right, Joe. David Fletcher, I mean, we're amazed what he does swinging the bat, but defensively, whether he's playing in short, right field, up the middle, shortstop position, I mean, he's phenomenal what he's doing defensively.
Well, I'm glad you're pointing that out because maybe he didn't get any hits last night, but he makes a great impact on the field. And I think sometimes folks get confused because that's winning baseball. Of course, hits are nice, and of course, you got to score runs. I get it. But what he does on a nightly basis is unusual and different, and I think he's the best at what he does. I've had good second basemen in the past. He is at the top of the list. I think he's at the top of the list in the game right now. His entire game, I talk about 1985 baseball. This guy could have played in 1885, 1925, or present day. He's just that player. And whenever you could say that about anybody, that is probably the highest praise you could give to a baseball player.
Joe, can you explain how difficult it is for like a second baseman in this game nowadays? Because you're making longer throws than you ever have. You're playing different spots in the infield. You're not necessarily just sitting that normal second base position.
And I'm not jinxing him. And if you notice where every one of those throws are, they're like chest high, regardless of being on balance or not. You're right. I mean, when the shift came into play, I remember Benji Gill was the guy we put into the triangle. And I used to hit him ground balls. We go to Toronto. And Delgado was a big hitter at that time for them. And he was one of the guys we shifted. And Benji was one of the few guys we trusted in that deep position, being able to make that throw accurately with something on it. So it's not just anybody that can do that. And you'll see each team attempting to put, like, I guess Machado plays in that slot for the Padres. And it's different. It's a different angle. It's the throws. It has to be more accurate with less margin for error. And David does that beautifully. So that's a great observation on your part. The second baseman's job today is quite extended.
Yo, I know you're a huge baseball fan. Do you find yourself that you'll be sitting in a dugout tonight in the next couple of days, Miguel Cabrera potentially making history? You know you don't want to have that number 500 against your team, but as a fan of the game, it's got to be a pretty cool moment to watch him when he takes the plate every single time.
Yeah, let's make it like a 10-0 game and let him go in and hit one. I'll just give you a brief story about him. When I was managing the Rays, we played him on 3 consecutive nights. Top of the seventh, 3 consecutive nights, 2 outs, runners on first and second, and Brandon Bosch on deck. Walked him 3 nights in a row to load the bases up and bring in Randy Choate to pitch to Brandon Bosch in the on-deck circle. That's the kind of respect you have for this guy. He was just a different. He's a lot like Edgar Martinez for me. There's certain hitters that, and probably because their ability to use the opposite field so well, it's not just about hitting homers. These guys are just good hitters, and that's what he is. So he's earned it. He is all of that. He's been a force for a long time. You're right. I mean, history's not lost on me. As a kid growing up, all these numbers mattered, and they still do. And it's great if people would just get inspired and interested in the fact that a player from the Tigers has this moment to possibly hit 500 and start drawing comparisons to the past.
Good point. Now you're in a city with a lot of great music, Joe. What kind of song we got going today? I know it's going to be a lot of fun for you to pick one of those songs.
Well, okay, where are we? We're in Motown, right?
Yes.
How about the late 60s? And that, as a kid growing up, that to me was one of the genre, the Motown sound, that was still one of the best. And I often fall back on it. The group I was listening to today is my favorite. The Four Tops were my favorite group from that time. Just a particular song, any song, Walk Away Renee, I listened to that, I don't know how many times on the jukebox at my buddy Jack's bar at Lafayette College back in the day. But how about It's All in the Game? You know, regarding what we're talking about right now. I mean, you can go down and out. Bernadette, Stillwater, all this stuff, Ask the Lonely, all the great stuff that they did. But it's all in the game. And that's the thing. It is a game. And I know there's money to be made. I know it's big business. I know that. But I never want us to get away from the fact and understanding that it is a game and treat it as such. And then you could really enjoy it. And then at that point, I think you get the best out of your abilities.
I love that. It's all in the game. Have some fun and pick up a W all in the same time.
Right? I mean, it's a great trip we're going through right now. I love the fact that it's a little difficult travel-wise. I want our guys to get used to this for the future. It's going to be hot, different cities, including a trip to Williamsport. It's fabulous.
All right, Joe, I appreciate you taking the time, man. Let's go. Let's get a W and have some fun today.
You got it, my brother. Take care.
All right, Chin, it's always a pleasure listening to your conversation. And yeah, let's get a W. Let's have some fun here tonight. Halos looking for a little Showtime funk in Motown. Yeah, that and much more coming up right around the corner because you're watching Angels Live on Valley Sports. So don't go anywhere. You buy your Southern California Cadillac dealers. Halos in the Motor City to open up a 3-game series against the Tigers. Halos lead the season series 3-1. Shohei Ohtani, he's homered in all but 2 American League parks. One of them he hasn't homered in is Camden Yards. The other, Comerica Park in Detroit. Can he get it done tonight? Shohei right now leading all of baseball with 39 home runs. Let's see if he can get her rolling in Detroit as the Halos looking to get back in the win column after a difficult one last night in New York as he dropped the first game of this 10-game, 5-city road trip to the Yankees 2-1. Shohei will be leading it off once again tonight for the Halos, looking to bring the energy and the excitement to the lineup. And talk about energy and excitement, it is Shohei Day in Oshu City, Japan. Yeah, the 17th of every month in Shohei's hometown. Everybody wears the number 17 Ohtani jersey, and even the likeness of Shohei displayed alongside rice paddies in the countryside landscape. And yes, that is a replica of Ohtani's hand is on display in the lobby of Oshu City Hall, created so those who pay a visit can shake Ohtani's hand. Yeah, you know what? RoboCop, Ohtani, they look the same. It's all coming up next.
You doing okay with those?
The heart of your team. The heart of LA. Valley Sports West. The heart of the fan.
Last night, New York. Tonight, Detroit. Stop number 2 in a 5-city tour. Angels and Tigers open up a 3-game series at Comerica Park. Hi, everybody. I'm Rich Waltz, along with Mark Kubaza. Jose Mota will join us shortly. Now, these two teams met in early June at the Big A. And in that series, Shohei Ohtani went off.
Yeah, Rich. I mean, he has some fabulous numbers. I mean, it's like 4 hits, all 4 home runs against the Tigers and that very good young pitching staff that they have. Also, you mix in 4 walks, 4 runs scored, an OPS of 1587, Shohei Ohtani. And he hit the ball to all field. He stayed back on it, brought a lot of energy in that series against the Tigers because they played the Angels very well. They pitched well, but Shohei Ohtani really was the difference maker in that series, in which the Angels were able to win the series against the Tigers. But Shohei swinging the bat well, so important to the offense, and so important to this team's success. Take a look at our StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. where these home runs were hit by Shohei here at the Big A. Left field, left center, center field, and right center. So he used the entire field, and he had some serious exit velocity, including one 114 miles per hour.
Certainly a lot of eyeballs on Ohtani tonight, but probably more eyeballs on Miguel Cabrera. Miguel Cabrera is trying to go where no Tiger has ever been, to 500 home runs. He's at 499. When we get back, Jose Mota takes a look at this Tiger's career.
There's a lot of life and anticipation today in Detroit, Comerica Park, as the Angels begin a three-game series against the Detroit Tigers, and history is in the making. Welcome you back to the booth. Jose Mota alongside Rich Waltz and Mark Gubicza. Well, for this Tiger, his career path already has him on a way to Cooperstown, but he is only one homer away from 500. His name is Miguel Cabrera, and he is in such great company wherever you look, whether it's a hit, whether it's a home run, but 27 players in MLB history have had 500 home runs. He stands at 499, and then look at the amount of hits, only 49 away from 3,000. So for Miguel Cabrera, with a company of Aaron Mays, Murray, Palmeiro, Rodriguez, and Albert Pujols, it all began with a bang as a young player over in Miami. Let's go back to 2003. Miguel Cabrera, first career hit, believe it or not, yes, walk-off 11th inning homer on June 20th, and the story of the legend began right there. How about the big moments? They have never been too big for him against Roger Clemens in 03 World Series Game 4, opposite field, and you see that patented swing just taking effect against anybody in any situation. His last home run is right here, Wednesday, number 499 in Baltimore, and teammates, history of this franchise, and many fans are waiting. So it's going to be up to Dylan Bundy, against whom he's 1 for 5 in his career, no home runs, and the Angels bullpen to hold him back here tonight.
Ready to go in Detroit. Angels and Tigers, game 1, 3-game sets. Comerica Park, big ballpark. Yeah, the Angels will attack. With this lineup, Shohei Ohtani is in that leadoff spot. He has flourished in that role. David Fletcher at second base. Jared Walsh slotted third. Jose Iglesias is in the cleanup spot. Brandon Marsh is elevated to fifth with Jack Mayfield behind him. Joe Adell in left. Kurt Suzuki doing the catching. Juan Lagares gets a start in right field. And one of the really good young arms for the Tigers, Casey Mize.
Yeah, he's got a good fastball, 92-98, with a slider, a splitter, and a curveball. My go-tos to have success against Casey Mize tonight is you got to power his sinker. 7 home runs, slugging percentage almost .560, and attack the end zone slider. He's given up 5 home runs when his slider's been in the strike zone. If he gets you to chase it out of the zone, it's a very difficult pitch. Bring that slider in the zone and then power that sinker. It's going to be important for Shohei Ohtani. Got him out swinging a couple times, but his four-seam fastball upstairs, bring that pitch down.
Tigers defensively, from left to right, Willie Castro's out in left, Victor Reyes in center, Robbie Grossman out in right field. On the infield, Jeimer Candelario and Miguel Cabrera on the corners. With Harold Castro, Jonathan Schoop up the middle, Grayson Griner doing the catching, and there's Miggy.
36 start at first base. This one error, most since 2017 at first base for Miguel Cabrera.
Ohtani smacks that one right into center field. That's a good way to start the series and start the night here in Detroit.
And it's a great swing, too. Right back up the middle for Shohei. Boy, no opportunity for Mize to even get a chance to field that ball. You're just trying to get out of the way. That's that good balance right back up the middle for Shohei Ohtani. What a swing that was.
Now he has to contend with Cabrera, who's one of the great pranksters of all first basemen in the game.
How cool is that, those two together?
Miggy will mess with you in a fun way.
Past MVP, future MVP.
I like it. David Fletcher now, Ohtani at first, and Mize catches the corner for strike one.
Not easy to steal a base against Mize. No stolen base in 4 attempts. 4 stolen bases in 12 attempts in his career, so he's very quick to the plate. No pickoffs. Shohei Ohtani sitting at 17 stolen bases on the season.
Hunter Wendelstedt behind the plate. There he goes. Breaking ball low. Tag high. Safe. And Ohtani, a little slow to get up. Looks to be okay.
They were pointing in there to take a look at it. It looked like his foot got in there. It's a matter of did he stay on the base or not. Quick look in. And those long strides. Foot on the base. He's definitely in there. Does he stay connected enough?
If he keeps the tag on him, then that review might turn out to be an out.
18th stolen base. For a man who's 7-1 on the mound, by the way. On the mound tomorrow night, 2.93.
I love how you always attach that.
It's mandatory.
Now Fletcher trying to shoot one to the right side, fouls that one into the seats.
This is the first stolen base allowed by Casey Mize on the mound. That's how impressive that is for Shohei Ohtani. He's been caught 7 times. He's been aggressive trying to steal bases. It's a 53rd stolen base for the Angels this season.
Fletcher 0 for 4 last night. He had company. Angels had a tough night against Garrett Cole and the Yankee bullpen in a 2-1 loss. And Fletcher pulls that one to third. Candelario across the diamond. Cabrera picks it.
Boy, Fletch doesn't pull the ball all that often, and that time he hits the ball to that side of the infield does not allow Ohtani to advance on an out. Candelario is able to look Ohtani back and then quickly throw across and just gets Fletch. That scoop by Miguel Cabrera at first base. Still showing some decent leather at first. He's always been a pretty solid first baseman when healthy. Third baseman early in his career and outfielder.
Walsh takes a fastball up. Yeah, the infield skills for Cabrera have helped him tremendously once he was resigned to first base. Jared Walsh has faced Casey Mize twice, has a couple hits and a home run. Mize just 24. That one fouled back. Walsh had a hit last night, a 9th inning single.
That's a pretty good pitch to hit there. Jared Walsh. Mize throws a splitter a lot. 1-1 count to lefties. See if he can bring that pitch in the zone.
Castro trying to keep Ohtani close. Fastball zips in. And the count 2-1. 22 home runs. Joe Madden hopeful that Walsh's bat perks up in terms of slugging. Anytime you come off the IL, especially with Walsh missing 15 games, sometimes it takes you a week or two to get rolling. And that pitch is outside.
Shohei not able to really time the pitch to the plate and get a bigger secondary leading going, especially with a left-handed batter. A clear throw to third base. Look, Candelario is off the bag by quite a bit at third. Castro's doing a nice job as far as keeping him close at second.
And it's low. And Walsh walks. And here comes Iglesias. Mize doesn't walk a lot of people. 120 innings and just 32 walks coming into tonight.
Nice applause for Jose Iglesias, former Tiger. You remember all those incredible plays he's made in the field over his career as a Tiger.
Breaking ball outside corner for a strike. Iglesias last night was down in the 6th spot in the order. Joe Madden has kind of tinkered with the lineup, moving Brandon Marsh up, Jack Mayfield up as well, trying to jumpstart this offense. And it was an offense that didn't need any jump starting when the two teams met in early June at the Big A. Angels were scoring a ton of runs then. They won 3 of 4. Ohtani hit 4 home runs. 0-2.
Iglesias really good with 2 strikes, hitting .238, 6th best in baseball with 2 strikes. A lot of times you'll get a break ball, and he hits break balls very well.
Infield playing him straight up. And it's 1-2. Mize didn't have a lot of work last year. Well, nobody did, really. I mean, you think about it, it's a 60-game schedule, but his inning total just 28 innings last year, and a development of the first overall pick in 2018 out of Auburn.
See if he can punch a slider to right.
Fastball. Tigers' record this season, they're 8 under when he doesn't start, 4 over when he does start. And the Tigers have made huge improvements this year. They come in at 58 and 62. They've been in some dark water over the last 4 seasons, combined 151 games under combined over the last 4 seasons. But they've done a pretty nice job in that time of drafting guys like Casey Mize.
Yeah, they have a good core of young arms. They're going to be special going forward. I mean, you're talking about a really good young staff.
Iglesias back in the at-bat at 2-2. He fights off another fastball.
And as good as their lineup was way back in 1984 when they won the World Series, their pitching staff was dominant. Willie Hernandez was a closer at MVP, but their starting staff was really good, led by Jack Mars. Dan Petrie.
Both a part of the Tiger broadcast team now. 2-2, and he chased. Mize gets a strikeout, and now it's up to Brandon Marsh.
It's his 33rd strikeout on his slider. It's a tight one. Between his curveball and his slider, he'll get a lot of chases, high whiff percentage. Not often you can get Iglesias to swing at that far off the plate and not make contact on a breaking ball.
Marsh had a meager 4-game hit streak, but for him, that's progress. He had a really nice run of 4 or 5 days of at-bats. He did walk last night, but struck out a couple times. I mean, Garrett Cole only punched out 9 guys in 5 2/3 innings. He was impressive for a short period of time. This is a very good place to hit if you are a gap hitter, because the gaps here are enormous. Distances are a different thing, but if you're a line drive guy into the outfield, there are plenty of holes for you.
Yeah, the baseball carries very well to right center. You got to crush a baseball to center field.
420 feet. He is safe. Ohtani, and you can see right away the Tigers want to challenge this. And they are going to challenge this. And Ohtani has stepped away from second almost as if he knows that he's out. He started walking towards the Angels dugout.
And he gets it just before his fingers touch the base. So close.
That is close.
Boy, that angle, I don't know if you can reverse it on that angle, but the first angle looked like they might have gotten him. It's pretty close, though.
That's the angle right there, I think, is going to be the best look. The fingertips.
It looks like there's contact made right on the elbow just as those fingertips are going back.
That's pretty close, though. I mean,
it's not as definitive as I thought initially. I thought for sure he was out. It's going to be a close one. If the call was out, it definitely stands. Call safe.
Yeah, that's where the original call holds a great deal of weight. If the Tigers lose this, that's a gamble. Anytime you're challenging in the first inning, A.J. Hinch, and he's safe.
Wow, that's huge.
That
for the
stands.
Angels going forward.
There's not enough evidence. That's a call stands. And so the gamble by the Tigers, they lose the challenge. And Ohtani is still alive.
And you want that, especially on a 2-0 count now.
And so Marsh climbs back in, and it's 2-0. Walsh is at first. And the breaking ball misses out.
Tough feel for his breaking ball early.
Last 2 starts, Mize has not been great. Baltimore and Boston, 6 home runs allowed, 7 earned runs allowed in 9 1/3 innings combined. That catches the zone.
Shohei Ohtani should be aggressive on a base hit into the outfield. Not a lot of great throwing arms out. Grossman with 1 assist. Castro is an infielder playing left field.
(3-1) drives that ball into center, diving, and he won't get it. Ohtani around third. Walsh is into third, and Brandon Marsh with a sinking line drive puts the Angels on the board.
Well, how crazy this game is. It goes from you think maybe they picked them off at second to now a run scored, and you're still swinging the bat. Brandon Marsh picks up his 3rd RBI of the year. Fastball hard to the plate, inside out. Base hit, left center. Nice swing there for Marsh. Joey's got that uniform dirty. From the head first slide to the normal slide on a stolen base. And now he gets the rest in the dugout.
Here's Mayfield now.
And a lot of pitches, too, for Casey Mize here in the first inning.
23 already. Joe Maddon's tinkering with the lineup was right in this spot because he felt he wanted to get a couple guys up there to stir things up. Mayfield for the ability to drive in runs. That was a little bit out, but a called strike, and it's a ball and a strike.
After all, it is Shohei Day over in Horseshoe City.
That's right, his hometown.
So there's no way you could call him out at second base there. He's
I
already
know.
got a base hit, stolen base, run scored.
I think during that review, the entire city came to a screeching halt, though.
Say, wait a minute, he is safe.
Stop,
I see
everybody.
Those fingers are on the base.
Wow, Mize is really lost the zone on a couple of hitters. He walked Walsh. He's 3-1 on Mayfield, and again, he's terrific in terms of control.
And usually pretty solid in the first inning of a game.
That's out as well.
Probably get a visit here.
And so the bags are loaded. And here comes Chris Fetter, the pitching coach for the Tigers.
You mentioned not a lot of pitching last year, so this is, quite a few innings right now, over 120, 121 on the season at the major league level. So maybe there's a little fatigue. You mentioned the last couple of starts, in which he's given up a lot of home runs the last, 6 of them, the last 2 starts. So fatigue could be setting in.
Ford Field in the background. Comerica Park opened in 2003.
It's pretty cool how all the stadiums, all the teams are all playing in real close proximity now in Detroit. He's done some really good things bringing the city back to life.
That's actually Little Caesars Arena once they pulled out from the stands. Ford Field is behind left field in Detroit.
So you got the Pistons, the Red Wings, the Lions, and the Tigers all playing real close to each other now. I love it for the city of Detroit.
Joe Adell now. And Mize has missed with his first pitch. That is a little out, but called a strike. Walsh at third. Marsh at second, drove in the run. Mayfield walked. Adell last night was 0 for 3, but hit a drive to the warning track in deep right center at Yankee Stadium. He swings and misses there. That when it left the bat, even Garrett Cole thought it was out, but it stayed in the yard.
Slider count now. If you're Jared Walsh, you got to be ready on a secondary lead. He's had 5 wild pitches, a little bit of control command an issue here.
Stays fastball and stays up. It's 2-2. "31 pitches already. And that's out, and now it's 3-2. The crowd upset with Hunter Wendelstedt, but that pitch was way out.
And 3-2 with the bases loaded. You got to believe you're going to get a fastball now if you're Joe Dell, that's at least 3-4 baseballs off the outside corner.
Everyone will be moving. Walsh from third, Marsh from second, Mayfield from first. 2 outs, 3-2 to Adele. In the air, down the line, Grossman is there and makes the catch. Angels leave him loaded, but get a run on Brandon Marsh's RBI single. Here comes Dylan Bundy. Four under, the underrated Robbie Grossman. Jonathan Scopes having a nice year. Cabrera shooting for 500. Jamer Candelario is at third base. Renato Nunez, the designated hitter. Harold Castro at short. Willie Castro's in left. Grayson Griner, a late addition to this lineup. He's in the 8th spot. And Victor Reyes in center. The switch hitter hits 9th. And for Dylan Bundy, his 4th start since returning to the rotation.
The go-tos for Dylan Bundy to have a good game here, pick up his first victory against the Tigers in his career. His good chases with his secondary pitches. 47 strikeouts with his slider, curve, and split-finger changeup. Big ground ball action with his fastball. Keep that ball down. 42% ground ball rate, which is up for Dylan Bundy, especially since that adjustment in his delivery. Get a lot more quick ground ball outs with it.
Here's Grossman, and one of the better eyes at the plate in Major League Baseball. Always near the top of the list in walks, and he's up there this year in the American League with a 360 on base to go with that 240 average. And Bundy catches the outside corner. Fletcher at second. Grossman sets the table for a Tiger offense that's somewhat improved this season. You see the big shift for him. Suzuki held it, but it was out.
The key in this ballpark is keep fly balls to the middle of the field. Keep away from the corners.
It's funny because old Tiger Stadium was so historic, and they did put a few things in here, especially the flagpole in center field that they took out early on with this ballpark. But that was the same thing pitching at old Tiger Stadium, which was 440 to center field, but you had shorter distances, and you had the home run porches that hung over in left and right. Nice pitch. Caught the corner and caught Grossman.
Got him with a split finger changeup.
Angels defensively, Joe Adele, Brandon Marsh, and Juan Lagares. It's a good outfield for this ballpark. Mayfield and Walsh. Iglesias and Fletcher up the middle, and Kurt Suzuki is handling Dylan Bundy tonight in Detroit. First of 3 in Detroit.
Mayfield making his 30th start at third base with a lot more ground ball action. He should see some action there tonight. Some of these right-handed batters and that two-seamer trying to pull it.
Jonathan Scope now, who has found a second home in Detroit. He was an all-star in Baltimore back in 2017, and the Tigers just extended him for a couple of seasons. They like him. He likes playing in Detroit, and so it's a nice match.
Former teammates.
Marsh makes the catch. Bundy has a couple of outs. And here comes Cabrera now, sitting on 499.
What a job by Kurt Suzuki, knowing to get a standing ovation for Miguel Cabrera. He walked around a little bit, allowed Cabrera to feel that love at the ballpark.
And everybody in this ballpark on their feet. Bundy's breaking ball is down low. Cabrera in his 19th major league season. His career numbers, awesome. A.J. Hinch. Bundy drops in a strike, and it's 1-1. Now, he's had opportunities to get to 500, but sometimes a milestone like this, when you get right up against it, it's hard to keep it out of your mind. Down the line, Lagares, careful. Oh, that's a terrific catch. He had to navigate that corner, slid by it, and then up against the wall, made the catch.
And he's getting booed for making the catch.
That's all right. That's pretty sweet. 1-0.
And here's tonight's Sunday key for the game today. Going to M&M in Detroit. I'm back. Shohei Ohtani, he's back. Doing some damage to the Tigers already. Base hit, stolen base, scored a run. 4 home runs against the Tigers this year already. Looking for his first career home run in Comerica Park. By the way, Casey Mize allowed 7 home runs in the second inning in this season so far. Just saying. Just saying.
And remember, Ohtani won game 1 of that 4-game series on the mound when they played here. Suzuki, Lagares, Ohtani, second inning against Mize, who threw a bunch of pitches. He was out in front 0-2 on Kurt Suzuki. Had obviously a real good buzz in the ballpark. It was a terrific moment when Cabrera came to the plate. Everyone came to their feet. Shallow left center, and it's caught there. That's Willie Castro. We welcome Jose Mota. Casey Mize right now having a little difficulty with his control.
He is. Let's look into his numbers right now. 121 and 2/3 innings leads the Tigers, and Gooby will explain more about that. I look at this number here after 1-0 and after 0-1. 1-0, Gooby. That's pretty impressive. 232, and then his 5.10 ERA and 42 1/3 when Reiner's catching kind of catches my eye. But Gooby, going from 28 1/3 innings last year to 120 plus this season. I mean, on the mental side and physical side, how grinding is that?
I think it's more on the mental side because somebody's going to bring that up every day to you. How do you feel now that you've increased by 6 times the amount of innings from one year to the next? And then all of a sudden, when you don't feel as great, then it starts thinking, oh, maybe I do have fatigue. Under normal circumstances, you just never, once you throw your first pitch of spring training, you never feel 100% the rest of the year anyhow. But when people keep asking you about it, that's when it creeps into your mind.
Vergara swings and misses. Jose, from a hitter's perspective, Comerica Park, big gaps, long distances, how does that change your approach at all? And which type of hitter does it favor?
It favors anybody that thinks gap to gap. Because you don't have to change your approach, that's number one. And because you're not going to be looking for anything up in the zone to drive out of the ballpark, you're going to stay within yourself. And anybody that can run, forget it. You always think extra bases in a ballpark like this.
Should favor a hitter like Juan Lagares than this ballpark for sure.
2-2. And Lagares swings and misses. Mize has the first 2 outs of the second inning, and here comes Ohtani. Kia player profile time with Ohtani on his way to the plate. .39 home runs, on pace for 53 this season. Angels record 47. Troy Glosson 2,000. Fastball in. Ohtani hit the first pitch he saw in the first inning, right on the button, right back up the box, into center field, swiped second, and scored on the Marsh 2-out single.
Remember, he had success against Ohtani at home when he was throwing his 4-seam fastball upstairs. Then he tried to throw a curveball to him, and Shohei hit it out the center.
If you've just joined us, Ohtani looked like he was picked off second base in the first, and that would have ended the inning. He was called safe. Tigers challenged, and the call stood, not enough to overturn. And he walks. And so he may be running again.
Reiner's thrown out 21% of base stealers this year. 0 for 1 against Ohtani tonight.
And if he does get thrown out, you've got Fletcher, who would be leading off the next inning.
56 walks now this year for Shohei Ohtani. Career highs in every category this year for Ohtani. In every category, both on the mound, on the bases, in the batter's box, is Mike Trout. At the ballpark, running around today, taking some fly ball action, playing catch. Great to see that.
There he goes. Pitch is a strike. Throw is out. That was bang bang as well. Angels certainly will look at it, but Greiner's throw was on the money, and a strong tag as well.
Shohei's not moving.
This may have been one where he came off the bag as well, and it looked like the glove was on him as he came over the top of the base. And the Angels are not going to challenge. So Ohtani is caught stealing. Yep, right there. excitement of Angels baseball with your group of 20 or more. Get tickets for as low as $8 a seat. 888-796-HALO or visit angels.com/groups for more details. There's a lot going on in Detroit tonight. You can see it's a big crowd. And we've had shots of that. You can hear the buzz with Cabrera's at bat, with Ohtani's appearance, and Ohtani's 2 at bats. And a 1-0 Angels lead for Dylan Bundy, and that's a strike. It's 1-1 to Jeimer Candelario, the Tigers' third baseman. Candelario turns and fouls that one off.
Yeah, he is taking advantage of this ballpark. He's got 32 doubles.
He's very slowly building into a nice ball player. He's just 27, native of New York. Hits that one to right. Lagares got turned around and makes the catch. That's not easy to do once you turn and find the ball, but he did it.
He's still such a good outfielder. Gold Glove winner in center field. Made a great play on Miguel Cabrera's foul ball. Had to deal with the stands. This one, it's the hardest one to catch sometimes. That line drive right at you, spins around, still quick enough to turn around and make it still look routine. And with that smile on his face.
Might have been a little relief in that smile as well. Nunez. And Bundy right away gets a strike. What do you see early on from Dylan Bundy?
He's aggressive. He's mixing his split finger changeup early. His breaker balls have been good. His fastball, spotting it and working ahead.
How long does it take for a guy like Bundy to get comfortable and really dial in with the rebuilt arm path, which has been a process that he underwent in the middle of this season?
What he said best is when those big moments, those competitive edges come during the course of the game, can I stay within those new mechanics? And that's what he's done pretty much since working on that with Matt Weiss. And that's not easy to do, especially as a veteran, because you're used to in those competitive moments, man in scoring position, you're rearing back and firing the baseball, but you want to stay back and stay within those new mechanics and use that for deception and better command. So he's getting close. It's still a work in progress. He'll say the same thing.
Nunez pulls that one foul. Nunez, a guy that's put up some big numbers earlier in his career in Baltimore. He went to spring training with the Tigers and did not make the club. Had to go down to the minor leagues. He's back in the big leagues, and he has some pop.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he's slugging this year alone over 500, so he has power. But you got to use that against him, get him a chase, maybe a breaking ball. We got around that curveball. The right pitch, the execution wasn't there. And you'll notice that fastball velocity 88 to 90 for Dylan Bundy. Remember early in the season, even in spring training, he was touching 94, 95. But they were flat fastballs down the middle of the plate. He has better command and control at that little lower velocity. And good separation between a 74-mile-an-hour breaking ball and 91 on a fastball.
And in Bundy's words, he felt that he got that arm straight and extended in search of velocity. He felt that if he really reared back and went down low, that he'd get more velocity. He got that, but as you pointed out, that he lost the movement that makes him effective.
That's a great pitch.
Oh, it is. Froze Nunez, outside corner at the knees. Second strikeout for Bundy.
Credit Kurt Suzuki on that one, too. He did a nice job of keeping that glove right on the outside corner slider. Target was set, and he hits the target, keeps it there. Good enough for Hunter Wentelstedt to call a very good pitch. Maybe just a tad below, but what a pitch that was. Especially if you're Dylan Bundy. Nunez, not so much.
Harold Castro now. Versatile infielder, outfielder. Tigers have a few guys like this.
Hey, the bottom line is, Rich, if you're hitting corners, you're going to get those borderline pitches. If you're way all over the place, you're not going to get a borderline pitch called. That's why you're seeing some good pitches early for Bundy.
Fletcher backhand throw. Oh, gorgeous. David Fletcher. Joe Madden will tell you, best second baseman in the American League, especially defensively. That was terrific. Replay on this beauty.
The range for Fletch, how quickly he gets rid of the baseball, how accurate his throw is. Off balance, in the outfield grass, a long distance, and on the money. Fletch again. And of course, he's leading off.
Yes, it's part of the players' agreement. He has to lead off. Jared Walsh, Jose Iglesias. Good timing with you and Joe Madden on Angels Live tonight, because you talked a lot about Fletcher and his defense.
I mean, he's playing, most times he's in the outfield. He's playing on the shortstop side of the bag. He's playing right behind the bag at second. It used to be where you can have an easier play as a second baseman. You can almost hide a guy because it's only a shorter throw, but it's not a short throw anymore. And Joe Madden could not stop raving about the defense with David Fletcher.
Pitches in the seats, and he talked about playing in the triangle, which is the shallow right field spot. And Jose Mota, you were a middle infielder. Second base has turned into a hybrid position right now.
The most challenging times right now to be a second baseman, because you used to just get on one knee and block a baseball, knock it down, pick it up and throw, but you must have a shortstop's arm right now to play second base.
Well, Fletcher has that. He's 0 for 1. Checks his swing.
And on top of that, just quickly, remember all the surfaces you got to worry about now, because you play in short right field. Okay, the snake in the grass, right, as we call it. The lip that a lot of times will get you on a ground ball that hits the separation between the grass and the dirt. And then playing on the other side of the bag, who's next to you and how much range does he have?
And the thing is and Fletch is never going to be lazy, but sometimes as an infield you can be lazy on it's a different read and a different bounce in the grass as compared to the dirt. It's completely different. Sometimes you'll just assume the baseball is going to go a certain way, but when you're in the grass it stays low and it's tough to be able to read that.
2-2. Little tapper. Mize has it. That's going to be a base hit.
That is now, not only in the glove is vintage Fletch, that is vintage Fletch there. Another hit, another infield hit. 139 hits on the year for Fletch. That's a great sequence from a great defensive play to a Fletch contact infield hit. They're the ones as a pitcher, you're not real happy. And you make a good pitch, run a fastball in, and like, you're better off. That's a smart play by a young pitcher. A lot of times you'll turn it and try to throw it, and you know there's no way there's going to be a play. So give him a lot of credit for poise there on that one, because I might have airmailed that and hit you back here, Rich, in Anaheim.
Yes. It's a 55-foot single for Fletcher. Now Jared Walsh, who walked back in the first. And it counts 0-1. Angels have run tonight. Ohtani both times. He stole second in the first. He was caught stealing in the second.
I wonder if at some point Joe won't put a hit and run on this to get that swing together for Jared Walsh. He's been kind of quick in there, trying to lift the baseball up. It allows him to get a little bit deeper on the ball by having a hit and run put on.
You can see Griner very active with the glove, as all catchers are in baseball, trying to bring that, coax it back to the corner.
It's a pretty good name, though, Grayson Griner.
That's perfect for a catcher.
Yes.
See the three infielders on the first base side. And that one in on his hands. And it's 1-2. Right in the heart of Detroit. Big lead for Fletcher. Ball in the dirt. And it gets by Griner and it bounces all the way to the on-deck circle.
That was a splitter.
And a very wild pitch.
He's muscled up on that. Right off the throwing hand of Griner. As he tried to get his body over there by the wrist.
For a young pitcher, he has a variety of pitches and a pretty even mix in terms of percentage. It's not one dominant pitch that he goes to all the time.
If you get him in those counts where he gets a lot of ground balls, he gets a huge percentage of ground balls, 50.3% ground ball rate. But when you get that sinker, you can do some damage to it. 323 batting average, slugging .559 with 7 home runs versus his sinker. As compared to the success hitters have versus his four-seamer and his cutter.
Fletcher at second. And a good take. That ball in on his hands, held up. Walsh has walked twice. That's a good sign. Jared Walsh, it feels like it's starting to lock in a little bit.
Yeah, he hasn't been real patient at the plate lately, but 2 patient at bats against a guy that he's had success against, so that is a good sign.
Now Iglesias struck out back in the first. Tiger on a nice run from 2013 through 2018. All-Star season right in the middle of that.
Well, I remember watching him when he was with the Tigers when the Angels played on. I used to think, wow, he is phenomenal at shortstop. And then watching some of the plays, it started in spring training and through the season. He had a little bit of a rough start, but he's really turned it around very, very well. Got that fielding percentage back to his normal at .985 over his last 60-plus games.
I remember when he got in the league that the comp was a young Omar Vizquel. Probably glove first and the bat would come. It feels like Iglesias' bat came a lot faster than Vizquel's ever did.
And when you go back to last year, would hit over 370 with 17 doubles in that sprint of a season with Baltimore.
0-2. Slow tapper to short. Castro gets one. Scopes turn. Not even close. And so at the corners, with one out, and Brandon Marsh, who knocked home the only run of the night, coming up.
And Casey Mize is a guy that gets a ton of double plays. In this game, 17 He was looking for his 18th, but Iglesias is too quick. That's amazing amount of numbers as far as ground balls, and that's why he has that power sinker splitter. Even his breaking balls are usually lower third. It will get a lot of ground balls.
Middle infield back for 2. Corners are even. And Mize gets the call in the corner. It's 0-1. Sinking liner to left center field that landed in front of a sliding Victor Reyes to knock home a run in the first.
Brandon's just trying to get a pitch he can hit deep enough in the air. Corner outfielders are bunched in the power alleys. A lot of room down both lines.
Ball and a strike. In the air and foul. I've heard hitters have different theories on this exact spot. I had the chance, I was truly blessed to work with Tony Perez for a long time. And I remember asking him, he's known as one of the best RBI guys in the history of the game. And he said in this spot, he always looked for just a pitch he could drive, because he felt if he thought up, that he might pop the ball up. So he was always, he said, locked in a pitch that I can drive through the infield. And he said oftentimes that became a fly ball.
Yeah, and what you would try to do in those spots is just look for that one pitch. Don't change anything what you're normally going to be successful with, and look to drive a baseball there. Because a pitcher is going to put one of those pitches in your spot at some point. The more pitches you see, the more chances you are going to get one of those in that spot.
$1,652 RBIs for Tony Perez in his Hall of Fame career. Mize has missed with that pitch a lot tonight.
And usually that's his pitch he'll go to get a strikeout, as his slider. It's a good one. 30.1% whiff percentage. He's got a strikeout with that today. 33 on the season. Just a 188 batting average. Although when he makes a mistake with a slider over the plate, that's when he can drive it.
All right, full count, 1 out. There's a chance that Iglesias will be moving from first here.
Especially with a guy who gets a lot of double plays.
Not running, and Marsh strikes out. So now 2 outs, and here's Mayfield.
There's that nasty slider. He gets a strikeout with it. See how I just pulled off on the speed of that one. And downward tilt on a slider. Brandon Marsh unable to make contact. Boy, a lot of opportunity to score a lot of runs early. Just one so far. You got to get this guy home here from third if you're Jack Mayfield.
Angels left him loaded in the first.
Well, there's a lot of room on the right side. You got Miguel Cabrera holding Iglesias on at first base. Not as mobile as he once was, so that right side of the infield is wide open to hit the ball on the ground that way. Just shorten up, make contact that way for Jack Mayfield.
And Jonathan Scope, the second baseman, is on the third base side of second. And he shoots it right through it into right field for a hit. Fletcher scores. How about that?
Home runs are great, but smart hitting, for me, more important. That whole right side wide open, make contact, no one is going to be close to it. How short he was on that one, his approach was to let that ball get deep, and he's got a great opportunity to pick up an RBI single with no one in the vicinity.
That has to light Joe Madden up, because he is all about that. He even sat Mayfield down about 3 weeks ago and said, hey, these home runs you're hitting are great, but don't forget about the little things at the plate like that.
And he says, you know what, you're not a home run hitter. You're a contact hitter. You're up the middle the other way hitter. Home runs are on mistakes. That's not a bad pitch that Casey Mize made. It's just a better swing.
And now Adele in the same spot as Mayfield at the corners. 2 outs, 2-0 Angels on top. And he's got a similar situation as you see Kroll, the lefty, in the Tigers bullpen. Adele, as he looks out, sees almost the same hole that Mayfield had. '72nd pitch for Mize already.
I think Joe Adele will love that pitch back. That is right in his wheelhouse. I think he was looking fastball.
Mayfield's running, and Adele lines that ball into left center, and it hangs up for Willie Castro. But the Angels scratch out another run. Jack Mayfield, opposite way. This was a sight for sore eyes before the game. Mike Trout out, going through his paces, stretching, shagging fly balls.
Looked pretty comfortable doing that.
Was throwing as well. All good things. In Detroit for 3. Dylan Bundy getting the ball in game 1. He's faced the minimum so far in 2 innings. He's punched out a couple. Had some really nice defense behind him as well. The play by David Fletcher and the Lagares catch on Candelario and right to open that 2nd inning. Willie Castro. Grayson Griner, Victor Reyes, bottom 3rd of the Tigers' order. Jared Walsh to the bag in time. Jose Mota, what have you seen so far from Dylan Bundy?
Like the arm slot, and that changeup really is coming out nicely and smoothly without over trying it. Gooby can expand on that a little bit more, but for Kind of like Dylan Bundy, 19 home runs coming into today. 11 are solo home runs. And on the road, we'll consider the on base and the damage done against him. And then Gooby on catchers, Stassi, majority of the innings versus Suzuki. Is there a way in which a catcher receives you, Gooby, that encourages you to use one side of the plate or another?
I think so. And Kurt Suzuki so far has really emphasized using his split finger changeup. And he's thrown at least 5 of them today very well. That's a pitch that hasn't been as successful for him this year. He got a .321 batting average against his split finger changeup, but so far it's been very effective. And Kurt Suzuki, being a veteran there, is forcing him to use that pitch again to be successful.
Grayson Greiner doing the catching for the Tigers. He was not in the original starting lineup. Eric Haas, who's on a nice little run for the Tigers, was a late scratch with a stiff back. Bundy gets a strike, and it's 3-1. Greiner's 4th year with the Tigers. Been in and out of the big leagues in all 4 of those seasons. And he walks.
It's one of those at-bats that'll frustrate Dylan Bundy. It's a quick ground ball out to first. He's been on a good roll. Fell behind 3-0, 3-1, and then a fastball out of the strike zone.
Switch hitting center fielder Victor Reyes now.
Pretty good speed at the plate.
I think in fairness to Bundy and to accurately gauge where he is right now, you kind of throw out half the numbers of this season because he's changed his mechanics so dramatically. And there's the period where he didn't change. There's the period where he was changing and he only made 4 or 5 short relief appearances in that month. And this is the byproduct of it. That's Joe Adele. Runs it down for out number 2.
So you just begin and gain more confidence in these new mechanics and go forward. You can't worry about what happened in the past. You got to think about what I can do for this club from today on forward. And if I keep believing in these new mechanics I've worked with Matt Weiss, and I'm getting some positive results, that I could be a better pitcher because of that.
Hitting coaches, I've heard, use that philosophy a lot with a hitter that has struggled for a good part of the year. And they always say, don't look at what you are this year. Just look at what you are in your last 3 or 4 games and go from there. And that's how you pull out of a slump as a hitter. I've heard a lot of hitting coaches use that logic, that psychology. Robbie Grossman. Would you put this guy on the all underappreciated team in Major League Baseball?
Solid outfielder, can run the bases very, very well. Works counts very, very well. Seemed like he's got a lot of big hits in his career. He's been with a number of different teams against the Angels. Can play all the outfield positions. Very valuable player.
He's been in 3 postseasons with the Twins and a couple of times with Oakland. 3rd most walks in all of baseball. And there's obviously value in that with a .360 on base percentage. Only Joey Gallo in the American League and Juan Soto in the National League have walked more than this guy.
He makes you throw strikes. He doesn't chase many things out of the strike zone. You can still get him out, as you can see by his batting average, but he's going to force you to get him out in the strike zone. So those same pitches in the strike zone, you got him out. If you miss a little bit, he can hit a long way.
Greiner still at first, and Bundy misses away. A 4-pitch walk to Grossman. Now you get into guys who can change the game with one swing, and Scope with Cabrera behind him.
And Scope is very dangerous on the first pitch. Very, very dangerous on the first pitch. And he's usually up there swinging hard early in the count.
And here is that first pitch. He's swinging. And it's 0-1. Cabrera on deck. Hit a foul pop-up down the right field line that Lagares made a nifty catch on. Bundy's 0-1. Line in left field. That's a base hit. Charging is Adele. That's going to score Griner. And it's 2-1, and here comes Cabrera. A two-time MVP as a Tiger, 11-time All-Star in his career, 4 batting titles, and 499 home runs. That's a strike. The last to get to 500, 2015, Big Papi. Of course, the first to get there, Babe Ruth, 1929. He chases. It's 0-2.
Well, he had real good spin on that slider. That was one of his best sliders I've seen in a while.
A run across.
1 for 6 in his career versus Bundy. This is where he's dangerous, though. Something away.
The next in line is a ways away. Nelson Cruz at 441. (0-2). It was away and up, and there was a time where that was his happy zone.
I wouldn't throw that pitch again there to him. I would not throw that pitch again to him because he just missed that. A hitter will explain to you as a pitcher on the mound how lucky you just got with a pitch you just made. And that was a good swing by Cabrera.
Another 0-2, and it's out. Some of the greatest hitters in the game's history never got to 500. Lou Gehrig, 493. Fred McGriff, 493. Musial and Stargell, 475. Beltre, 477. One-two. Got him! Bundy drops it in, throws Cabrera, and limits the damage to just 1 run. Tigers leave a couple, 2-1 after 3. Tuesday, August 31st, Angels and Yankees, 6:30. First 14,000 fans will receive a Shohei Ohtani pillow, courtesy of Gung Ho Online Entertainment. Visit angels.com/promotion for more information on the Ohtani pillow. Detroit tonight, after New York last night in a tight 2-1 loss. Angels here with a 2-1 lead. Suzuki, Lagares, Ohtani.
But this feels like the Angels should be up or up by a lot more than a 2-1 score. They've had some traffic. Casey Mize has made the pitch when he's needed to avoid big damage. Just like that, Tigers get an RBI single after a couple of walks. It's 2-1.
Suzuki second at bat. Ohtani's been on base twice, singled, stole second, scored, walked, and was caught stealing. Suzuki dribbles that one left side. Candelario gets him. And there's one out.
Candelario showing some pretty good range. Gets this baseball off the bat. You're thinking that's going to be a base hit to start off this inning. Gets up quickly, a good throw to first base. Prevents Suzuki from picking up a single. Casey Mize like he's going to be getting a lot of ground balls against him. So as an infielder, you have to be on your toes and ready for action.
Yeah, the Angels already have had 8 at-bats with runners in scoring position. They are 2 for 8. Mayfield single to right field. Marsh's single to center field. Lagares right now is one of the toughest jobs in baseball, and that is play every 4 or 5 days and keep yourself sharp at the plate. And he did that for a long time. Remember, he had that, I believe it was a 14-game hit streak when it ended. And he did that by playing every 3 or 4 days. I think he had like 16 hits total in those 14 games.
Even on this last homestand, he was out working hard, early batting practice all day long.
Grossman does not come up with it. It's in foul territory.
And he was working on that, tracking from that bunting machine, so that allows you to keep your eyes and tracks the lower part of the strike zone. As Grossman unable to make that play. We've seen him make some really good plays, even out in left field. That's what we've seen a majority of the time for Grossman playing over the years in left field. A break for Lagares and the Angels.
You noted the lack of innings last year for Mize and the workload this year. He's at 80 pitches already with 1 out in the 4th.
Let's watch his delivery. It's pretty fluid delivery. It makes you think that he's going to be able to stay healthy for a long time. And if you're a Tiger fan, you want to see that. Doesn't look like there's a lot of extra wasted energy to throw the baseball.
A good at bat here. It's 3-2. 81 degrees and partly cloudy in Detroit tonight. Lagares strikes out for the second time. And here comes Ohtani.
That power sinker. Shohei would like one of those power sinkers in the lower part of the strike zone.
Ohtani walked in the second and the single in the first. So 3rd at bat here in the 4th inning.
That's exactly why Joe Madden likes to put him in that leadoff spot. Already 3 at bats already in the game. In the 4th inning we are.
And Madden remarked last week when he made the move that even with Ohtani in the 2 spot or the 3 spot or wherever you put him, teams were not pitching to him. So he felt if he put him in the leadoff spot, at least if they did walk him, he'd be more likely to take the walk, and he could beat you with his speed. And he's done that. Certainly helped himself tonight, stealing second and scoring in the first.
So he's going all speed, fastball in, all speed, fastball in. Leads you to believe he's going to go something off speed away. He's going to try to sneak one back inside.
Hit hard, but at Cabrera, who gets to the bag. And a 1-2-3 inning for Casey Mize. T-Mobile gives you our ballpark view. The skyline of Detroit as the sun sets. A night game at Comerica is pretty cool. You got the whales on the side of the building. They have lights on a lot of those buildings as well that come on and light up. That downtown over the last 8 to 10 years has undergone a real renaissance, not only with the sports facilities, but the last time I was there with the Major League team, more restaurants, more shops, more downtown housing. Of course, the Motown feel and history, Stevie Wonder mural.
That's awesome.
Candelario drops the barrel. Fletch, shallow right onto first. In the triangle, as Joe Madden said. He brought back some old Angel history because he's sort of the godfather of the shift back in the early days on Mike Scioscia's staff. And he talked about finding the right guy to put in the triangle.
Somebody's willing to take those chances, be aggressive, not afraid to make a mistake, have a strong enough throwing arm. And Fletch is definitely that guy.
And there are some teams that don't put a second baseman in that spot. Yeah. Padres are one.
Yeah, they'll use Machado. And he made a couple good plays in right field, go back to the warning track in right field.
Yeah.
But he has that power arm at third base. So, yeah, you'll see that a lot for teams will put the third baseman in that spot. But Fletch was a Gold Glove finalist at third base a few years ago. He's played all over. Drafted as a shortstop.
Oh, I think this year, not a finalist.
Yeah,
I think this year it happens.
It's been that good.
Nunez called out on strikes in the second. Tigers got a run off Bundy in the third, and that went back up the box. Guess who's there?
You cannot avoid the Fletch. He's everywhere.
And now a quick word from Hyundai.
Head to your Hyundai dealer today, where new vehicles are arriving daily. Hey, it's your journey. Own it.
I think the proper toss would have been, and now a quick word from Hyundai on David Fletcher.
He's like, okay, where am I going next? You know what? I'm almost in a normal second base position.
Well, he was in that spot when Castro rolled one up the middle.
Oh. You gotta try to avoid the Fletch.
This inning brought to you by David Fletcher. 2-1 Angels. Angels Baseball on Bally Sports is brought to you by Hyundai. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now with summer-only savings on all models. Visit buyhyundai.com today. By Jack in the Box, try our new 350 Spicy Tiny Tacos and our 450 Loaded Spicy Tiny Tacos. Only at Jack in the Box, or get them delivered. And by your Southern California Cadillac dealers. Historic Fox Theater, Comerica Park in Detroit. Angels opening a 3-game series, continuing this 5-city tour. And look who's leading off. David Fletcher. Infield hit, moved up on a wild pitch and scored in the third. Bounced out in the first. And he's not facing Casey Mize. Kyle Funkhauser. And that's a strike at the letters.
He's got a moving fastball, 94, 97. It's his changeup. That's his changeup he just threw. It has that fade action and slider.
Not related to Marty Funkhauser. Tip of the cap to the great and late Bob Einstein.
Well done, Rich. Well done.
Very memorable character and a great actor. Super Dave Osborne. Anytime you can drop that in a game, I think that's a good thing to do. Fletcher takes down, and it's 2-1. Kyle Funkhauser, 6'3", 225, native of Illinois. Last pitched on Saturday, inning in 2/3 against Cleveland. Shallow center, long way for Reyes. He makes the catch.
By the way, he used to always be at Raider games back when they were in Los Angeles when Bo Jackson was there along the sidelines. Ran into him many, many times.
This is a really interesting road trip. It started with 1 game in New York, the 3 here in Detroit, and then it's on to Cleveland for just 2 because on Sunday, the Angels and the Indians are headed to Williamsport to play in the Little League Classic. And many have been asking, well, what are the uniforms going to look like? Guess what? Look at this sweet top. It's a Major League Baseball Little League themed jersey. And obviously representing the West, Torrance Little League's going to be there. Hawaii will be there as well.
That's an incredible jersey.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to want one of those jerseys.
And that corresponds to the region in which your Little League team comes from. The Indians will have a similar jersey, and it will say Great Lakes region. Walsh has walked twice. And he's been in this spot a lot tonight. .3-0. It's out. That's 3 walks for Walsh. And here comes Iglesias. And you got Brandon Marsh also scheduled.
It's a long look down to Brian Butterfield for Jose Iglesias. Once in a while, when you think of that, maybe have some kind of motion play on. That would be a hit and run.
For 2 Iglesias. Griner sets up in. And he lines that one into right center field for a hit. Grossman, excellent outfielder, is there in a hurry. Walsh will stop. And the Angels set up first and second with 1 out. And here comes Marsh.
Well, he's had some traffic on the bases both times up already. Now the 3rd time up with a couple on. And an RBI single. First at bat, struck out his second at bat.
Marsh hit a line drive, fell in front of Reyes out in center. Candelario at third base is somewhat deep right now and off the line. And remember the bunt that Marsh had. Fouls it off. But with 1 out, you'd expect him to try to drive in the run here. Still, that's an option, and he's certainly made progress in figuring out how to do that. Infield is shifted towards that right side. Slices that one foul.
He's looking to go that way.
Just like Jose Mota said, that's not a bad approach in this ballpark. But he's behind the count now, 0-2. The 2 big tweaks in the Angels lineup tonight from what we've seen over the last month. Marsh up to the 5 spot, Mayfield behind him in the 6 slot. This one is out. Marsh has the RBI single. He's 1 for 2. Mayfield has walked, and he has an RBI single.
Staying away exclusively in this at bat against Marsh. Snuck one in there off the plate, but that's just for show.
Count 2-2. Iglesias, the trail runner, and Walsh at second base. And he chased. Griner can't find it, and both runners are going to move up. Marsh strikes out. Grayson Griner had that ball roll by him, and it rolled by Hunter Wendelstadt. So second and third, but 2 outs.
That hard slider down and in. Griner thought he had it. He's trying to figure out where it went. Goes right behind Wendelstadt.
It's a great pick. Mayfield now. Outside corner. That's the infield, similar to the alignment when his single went through the right side.
Well, they had Scope on the shortstop side of the bag, and they had Cabrera holding the runner. It was a lot more room, even more so. But another RBI scenario for Jack Mayfield.
That's a pitch that's impossible to put on in play on the right side. It's 0-2.
The sky.
The iconic Fox Theater all lit up. New arena right next door. Mayfield high pop. Griner turns and has it. And the Angels had an opportunity slip by. Halfway through, it's 2-1 Angels.
Play sense presented by Frontier. Dylan Bundy, changeup, split finger changeup, gets in the upper part of the strike zone with a call third strike. Sliders at 77, call third strike, and another slider on the outside part of the plate. So all 3 strikeouts looking tonight for Dylan Bundy.
Willie Castro, switch hitter. Joe Adell, left fielder. And an out to start the bottom of the 5th. Grayson Griner, Victor Reyes, bottom of the Tigers order. a little wildness for Bundy in the third, and that cost him. He walked a couple, gave up the 2-out RBI hit from Jonathan Scope. But that's it. And here is Griner. Bundy walked him in that inning.
Thrown him 6 pitches so far, 5 of them out of the strike zone.
The stretch of games that the Angels have just come off, I mean, pretty brutal. Dodgers, Blue Jays, Houston, Yankees, Oakland. That one going to get to the wall, and Adele has to pick it off the warning track. Griner has a double.
Put him in a real good hitter's count, and he turns on a fastball. Quick through his hands and finds it left field corner. 4th double for Griner this year.
Now this road trip started with the Yankees. Obviously, they're 15 games over in the middle of the wild card. But the other teams on this trip, Tigers are 4 under, Cleveland's 3 under. And Baltimore is in the basement of the East. So opportunity for the Angels to get themselves back over 500. Bundy misses up to Reyes. Remember his last start. Joe Madden was pretty quick against Toronto. He lifted him after 4 innings. Broken bat. Fletch makes the catch. Austin Warren is up and starting to get loose in the Angels bullpen.
It's a big at bat now here for the Angels and Dylan Bundy. A patient hitter and a tough hitter. Randy Grossman, very good.
That wise Joe Madden, a close eye here. And as you pointed out, Grossman's not just an on-base guy. 18 home runs. He's knocked in 55. He's slugging over 400. You do have a catcher running at second. Bundy gets strike 1.
Quite a few at-bats against Bundy in his career. 19 at-bats. 3 hits so far, but it's a big at-bat for Bundy. Want to be able to build some confidence, maintain the lead.
Ooh, that was out, but Bundy got the call, and he kind of smiles. Not often do you see a catcher kind of smile when he, or a pitcher smile when he gets that call.
Well, he did hit his spot.
Yeah, he did.
It just wasn't in the strike zone, the spot. Always difficult to get a chase, though, from Grossman.
Who, as you saw, was not as amused as Bundy was. And now Suzuki on his way out. The other part of that pitch, Bundy immediately went to his pocket to pull out the card with the sign sequence on it, almost as if he crossed Suzuki up on that pitch. And now they're conferring and making sure they're on the same page.
He also knows the importance of this pitch right now.
A.J. Hinch after a 1-year banishment. Two outs, Griner at second. 0-2 coming.
A lot of times you look back, see where the man at second base, if he's leaning back towards the base, he's leaning the other way. not given necessarily the pitch, but the location, whether you're setting up in as a catcher or away. That's why it's important not to set up till the very end for Kurt Suzuki. And you notice how he moved a little bit as Suzuki set up away. Greiner just moved quickly to give Grossman an opportunity to at least look away.
And of course, Greiner, a catcher, is hip to all of that. Breaking ball, line drive, over Fletcher. Lagares has it, and Greiner will score. And the Tigers have drawn even.
Curveball, just more of the plate. He went down and got it just over the head of Fletch. And Greiner ties it up after he doubled with one out. And that's going to be it for Dylan Bundy.
So Bundy's coming out. Austin Warren in a high leverage spot is about to arrive on the mound at Comerica Park. Tigers have tied it at 2. And now a word. Pick 3 players you think will homer. If they go deep, you'll win cash. Go to the Bally Sports app or homerunblast.com to play. So in Detroit, Austin Warren takes over for Dylan Bundy with 2 outs and a run across. Jonathan Scope, and behind him Miguel Cabrera, with Robbie Grossman at first base. And Warren has handled the high leverage spots quite well. Scope drove home the first run for the Tigers in the 3rd. Warren catches the top corner of the strike zone.
Good four-seam fastball. Warren has a cutter, slider. Grossman can run. 13 stolen bases, been caught 4 times. Suzuki has thrown out 7 of the 32 base runners going against him.
That's close. He's leaning. Not going. Into left. Second hit for Schoop. And again, here comes Cabrera. In search of 500, Cabrera popped out in the first, called out on strikes in the third. It can be exhausting going for a milestone like this.
Even if you're Austin Warren, you made your debut in the major league level just a few weeks ago, and you're facing this moment against Miguel Cabrera.
"1-0. What's the saying? It's hard to hit a home run. It's really hard to hit a home run when you're trying to hit a home run. Warren has fallen behind 2-0.
You know he'll be swinging here, 3-0.
And Warren misses on all 4 pitches.
Trust me, that is so difficult for a young pitcher to come in that moment. You know exactly who's at the plate and what he's trying to accomplish.
Good time for a Matt Wise mound visit.
Remember that scenario all too well at the Big A when Reggie Jackson was going for his 500th career home run. There was a lot of young pitchers on that Royal staff with the same thing, thinking, I don't know if I want to be part of history like this. It's really nerve-wracking. Bud Black ended up giving up the 500th career home run against Reggie Jackson, but Saberhagen, myself, and Danny Jackson were all following up with his next 3 games. 20-year-old, 21, 22, right around that age, yeah, there's a lot of stress on you.
Still a big moment here in a 2-2 game. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Jamer Candelario. Line to right. Lagares made a really nice catch and then bounced out to Fletcher in the 4th. No place to put him. In the air, shallow center. Marsh coming, calling, catching. And the Tigers get a run and leave them loaded. And young Austin Warren, mission accomplished. Enjoy Angels baseball from the comfort of a suite. Entertain guests with an all-inclusive package. 888-796-HALO or visit angels.com/suites. Tight one here. Joe Jimenez in for the Tigers. Not been a great season for him, but he arrives in a 2-2 game, the bottom third of the order for the Angels. Casey Mize for 4 innings. Kyle Funkhauser got the 5th.
Jimenez fastball with tailing action, 92-97, slider and a changeup.
Adele takes breaking ball up. Joe's fly to right, line to left. That's to left. Castro went back, and now he circles forward and makes the catch. And now, a quick word from Kia.
It's summer, so wherever you get out and go, you can count on a Kia to take you there.
Neither starter able to get 5 innings in the books. Casey Mize, 4 innings. Dylan Bundy, 4 2/3. And here's Suzuki. I'm sure many of you have already marked on your calendar that Shohei Ohtani is starting tomorrow night. Ooh. Up and in. 3:30 for Angels Live.
He dropped his wrist and elevated his fastball there. For Kurt Suzuki, his power is pull power. Look on that inner half of the plate again.
That one works. Down the line, Suzuki around first. Ball caroms out. Suzuki is in there with a double. There's a good deal of foul territory here at Comerica. And that was a long run to get that one for Grossman.
Right towards the end of the bat. And it settled nicely once it got by. That's all in the outfield dirt. And this baseball just slows down on that grass and just checks up. Grossman has to go a long, long way to get there. At that point, Suzuki's in scoring position.
Lagares now 0 for 2. Both of his strikeouts were against the starter, Casey Mize. This is the 11th at bat for the Angels with the runner in scoring position. They're 2 for 10. Opportunity here. Shohei Ohtani on deck. Check swing. Did he go? He did, says Adam Beck.
Big at bat for Lagares too, because more than likely Shohei Ohtani with an open base might not get a chance to swing the bat.
One, 2 is fouled back. That one hung up.
Yeah, he got away with that one. Big time.
Tigers have played well in the second half of the season, creeping closer to the 500 mark. Late swing to stay alive. That's 1-2.
Battle that fastball, more likely now break a ball.
Remember the Yankees last night, a 2-1 win. They had a doubleheader against Boston.
They had a chance to sweep it.
Yeah, they won the first one. It was a 1 o'clock start. Nightcap, they're up 2-0 in the top of the 6th. And he gets him. You mentioned it, Gooby, back in his hometown. Today is Ohtani Day. I think every day is Ohtani Day.
Yes, it is. Everyone wearing that number 17 jersey. Everywhere. Cashew City, where Shohei Ohtani is from. So cool.
That's
and
awesome.
He didn't get a chance to swing the bat here.
And they walked him. Now, as we've told you, NHK is the national broadcaster in Japan, and they're showing every Ohtani game. And they have a dedicated Ohtani cam, which shows Ohtani's every move throughout the game, regardless of if he's being intentionally walked.
57 walks now for Ohtani.
Fletcher, first and second, 2 outs.
On base 3 times, a lot of time on base today for Ohtani, who's starting tomorrow. Another decision to make for Joe Madden. Do they hit Shohei? You know, if it's up to Shohei, he is hitting tomorrow.
Oh and 2, 96 up.
Fletch with real good numbers, even with 2 strikes. 251 batting average. He's the 4th best in baseball.
He's bounced out, infield hit, and a fly ball out to center. Suzuki a 1-out double. He's still at second. Ohtani intentionally walked. He's the trail runner. Fletcher trying to find a gap here.
It's amazing how hard he hits a pitch that high above the strike zone.
96. Most high ball hitters aren't Fletch's size, are they?
No.
They're usually big guys who like to go after pitches that are up. Now the modern swing has changed some of that. I think he did. And Jimenez strikes out Fletcher. Angels leave 2 more, 2-2 in the 6th. Oh, look at that. That screams Detroit, doesn't it? It's a muscle truck t-shirt shooting machine. There you go. Look at that.
That's awesome.
Belching t-shirts to the crowd above. Renato Nunez. Austin Warren, who came in and finished off the 5th, gets Nunez, Harold Castro, Willie Castro in the Tigers' 6th. This was a Dylan Bundy start, and it went well until the 5th. Double by Grayson Greiner, Robbie Grossman with an RBI single. Joe Madden came out and got the baseball. Warren wobbled, but he didn't give up another run. That one pulled foul.
Like Greiner, a late addition to the lineup. Walked, scored a run, doubled, scored a run. So he scored both runs in the game for the Tigers.
And Eric Haas, who was scratched, is a pretty good offensive catcher. Tigers' last game was on Sunday against Cleveland in Detroit, and in that game they were shut out 11-0. But the story was Tristan McKenzie of Cleveland, who took a perfect game into the 8th inning. Harold Castro had a 2-out single in the 8th to break up the perfect game. The Angels are probably going to run into McKenzie in Cleveland.
That's a good two-seam fastball from Austin Warren to get a strikeout. Big strikeout here. 6th. Yeah, McKenzie's, he's got a live arm. He can bring it. Upper 90s. Speaking of live arms with movement, Warren, movement on that one.
Harold Castro has hit a couple of ground balls in David Fletcher's vicinity. Fletcher's had a really nice night defensively. And the play he made on Castro's first ball over the middle is best of the night. Were you able to pitch in this ballpark, or you exited before this place opened?
Yeah, I was always in the old ballpark. I would have loved to have been in this one, believe me.
Much more modern amenities. That's Walsh, and Warren is over. Though Tiger Stadium had to be just full of history and flavor.
Oh yes. It had the thickest, highest infield grass imaginable. As a sinker ball pitcher, you would think that would be heaven, but I decided to be a fly ball pitcher there for some reason each time. But this going in there, just knowing that the incredible players over the years that wore that Tiger uniform and played in that ballpark, you know, whether it's on the home side or visiting side, sitting in those dugouts or even in the clubhouse, it was incredible to see that ballpark.
Weren't the dugouts there more like bunkers? Right?
Believe me, each time going in and out there, I was just hoping I didn't have 2 or 3 concussions from running straight into. When you walk off the field, I mean, it literally, you would smash your head into the cement going down there. Yeah, you had to get down quickly, but it was so much fun going into that yard. Just because I just always loved the history of the game, and you can't get much better than that.
Line drive into left field. Willie Castro's aboard. And here comes Greiner, who's walked and has a double. When they built this ballpark, it's obviously a completely different design and feel than old Tiger Stadium. They wanted a more modern, with some throwback features. They did make center field a long ways, 420 feet from home plate in this ballpark. Bouncer short. Iglesias. Oh, he's safe.
Pretty good speed for Castro.
Willie Castro beats the throw.
And he definitely did.
And obviously with a catcher running to first, if Iglesias could do that one over.
Take that shot at the catcher going across, running down the line and throw across the diamond.
So now you got the 9-hitter, the switch hitter, Victor Reyes. Warren at the knees. Top of the order, and Grossman, a dangerous hitter, is on deck. Warren steps off. Oakland is in Chicago and losing to the White Sox 5-0 tonight in the bottom of the 4th inning. Houston on the road in Kansas City, a 1-0 lead over your Royals.
Good story that Chris Bassett got hit by a line drive in that game for Oakland. He's had an unbelievable season, an all-star season. Praying for him that he's okay.
That Houston game is in the bottom of the 4th, 1-0 over Kansas City. Seattle and Texas are in Texas, 1-1 bottom 4. Here, 2-2. We just had a 2-0 lead. Tigers have scratched back. Fletcher, outfield grass, got him! Warren just there in time. Fletcher with a perfect throw. And this time it's the Tigers who leave 2.
Fletcher is everywhere. The glove tonight of Fletcher.
Over, above and beyond. Get you caught up on this one. That was Brandon Marsh. That was the 1st inning, knocking home Ohtani, who had singled and stolen a base. That's Captain Jack Mayfield to right, knocks in another run. 2-0 at that point. Here come the Tigers. Scope with the RBI single in the 3rd. Grossman the RBI single in the 5th. And the recurring theme tonight is that David Fletcher is everywhere.
Well, you can hear the roar of the crowd. They were thinking that's going to be a base hit, a lead for the Tigers, but Fletch showing the range.
So to the 7th, Jared Walsh, Jose Iglesias, and Brandon Marsh. And a guy that made his mark with this team as a starter, Rookie of the Year in 16, All-Star in 17, working his way back from Tommy John surgery, and comes out of the bullpen. Michael Fulmer.
2 and 4-seam fastball, 92-98 curveball, slider, and split finger fastball. Walsh with 3 walks tonight, first time in his career. He had 3 walks in his last 26 games combined, so patience at the plate for Walsh.
This is the 3rd bullpen arm that the Angels have seen in a 2-2 game. Casey Mize went 4, Funkhauser, Jimenez, and now Fulmer. Ball and a strike.
Well, that's a hard slider. That's a 92-mile-an-hour slider. Another 93-mile-an-hour slider.
Steve Cishek in the Angels pen.
It was incredible yesterday.
Fulmer has 7 saves this season. And he gets a call. So instead of 3-1, it's 2-2.
I think it was about a half a baseball off the corner.
Foul tip held by Griner. And Walsh strikes out. Up comes Iglesias. I'm sure there's a few people tuning in to not only see what the score is, but find out if Miguel Cabrera has arrived at 500. No, he hasn't. It's a 2-2 game in the 7th. Cabrera is 0 for 2. He's popped out, struck out, and he has walked. He is due up 3rd in the bottom of this inning. One of the things that jumped out just in doing some research on 500 home runs, the amount of guys that have hit 500 home runs that are not in the Hall of Fame. And some of that is performance enhancing affected. Bonds, A-Rod, Sosa. To right. Grossman is there and he makes the catch. McGuire, Palmeiro, Manny. Now Big Papi hits the ballot and 22. Gary Sheffield is trending upward on the Hall of Fame ballot. So those guys, I think, have a pretty good chance getting to the Hall of Fame. Of course, Pujols is way past 500 and he's headed to Cooperstown.
Boy, Sheffield had one of the quickest bats I've ever seen. Unbelievable bat speed.
Yes. Agreed. And used a heavy, big bat, wrapped it, and still was able to.
All that movement he had before the baseball was delivered is incredible. How quick he had to be to make good contact, and he made a lot of good contact. Remember, he was a shortstop when he first came up with Milwaukee.
And guys like Chipper Jones, the 3rd baseman in the league at that time, they did not like a Sheffield at bat because it was, similar as a first baseman when a real big, powerful left-handed bat is up. Marsh, RBI single, but then 2 strikeouts. Marsh to right center field, hits it pretty well. Reyes going back, it is off the top of the wall. A fan reached over. Marsh is racing around second, and he's headed for 3rd.
I think they're going to look at that one. Are they saying home run?
That will be reviewed. A fan reaching over.
Otherwise, does he go back to second on that one? I don't know.
Oh, wow.
He is leaning over. That would have been his first career home run.
So there's a lot of things to sort out here.
You got to look at that, don't you, to see if it's a home run or not. They're going to put it back to second. So this would be fan interference. It would be a double.
I don't know that the interference took away a home run, but I think it certainly took away a triple with his speed.
And Joe probably wants this check to see if it was a home run or not. It did look like he was leaning over, and that means that fan more likely is going to be asked to leave.
And that yellow line is only a line of demarcation. It's to help umpires with a call. If the ball hits the yellow line, that's not a home run. It has to leave the fence and get over the fence and into the seats. And so the umpires now are going to come over, and it's the right thing to do. It's a 2-2 game. They're a long ways away from that, and they didn't have the view that you have at home. And I'm sure we'll have a few other looks at it in this sequence.
Well, how nice would that have been to be his first major league home run to put the Angels ahead here?
That's one of the deepest parts of a very big park. That's like right center in San Francisco. Again, it's downward plane. It looks like it was coming up short of a homer.
That is a long way that baseball was hit by Brandon Marsh. There's probably a couple different angles the umpires are getting to see what they have in New York.
But you can see in that replay, Marsh is already around first when that ball arrives at the top of the wall. And they're going to call it a double. Where the wall bends in, it's 365, but the wall goes way out. It's 420 in straightaway center. So Marsh has to settle for a double. Mayfield's 1 for 2. Singled to the right side in the third.
Well, this game so far is for Brandon Marsh and Jack Mayfield with the RBIs. Chance with the double by Marsh. Now Jack Mayfield up to try to give the Halos a lead.
Lineup adjustment put them at the 5 and 6 spots. Marsh is 2 for 4 with an RBI single. Mayfield 1 for 2. Also knocked in a run. Fulmer misses out. I don't know if New York had better looks than we did. Sometimes the umpires have cameras and views that we don't have on a telecast. In this case, I don't think we learned anything new watching that sequence.
The only thing what we saw, it looked like the fan was reaching over the yellow line.
Ooh, wow. That's a generous 3-0 strike.
You know what? You're okay with that. You want to give Jack Mayfield a chance to swing at that pitch away again.
Joe Adell on deck. Top 7, 2-2 game. Mayfield's trying to poke it to right field. That's where he found a hole and delivered the single that drove home the second run for the Angels. That was in the third inning.
More likely he'll see a slider here now. Got to be patient enough to make sure it's in the strike zone. Otherwise, lay off it, give Joe Adell a chance.
Pop up. Cabrera. Full count, 3-2. When Fulmer arrived as a Rookie of the Year and then an All-Star the next year, you thought the Tigers would have another top-of-the-line guy, maybe their next Verlander. Three-two again. Mayfield stays alive.
That slider was up. Or you can hit that ball back up the middle. You go the other way. More of a flat slider. Well, he throws a hard slider, though. 91, 93. It's almost like a cut fastball.
With Marsh's speed and as deep as outfielders play in this ballpark, anything to the outfield should be a run. Another 3-2. Another slider, and this one got him. And another man left in scoring position. Boy, a few feet from his first major league home run. Biggest blooper, and you can win your own error-free fan experience. Fill out your MLB Oops bracket at MLB.com/bracket for your chance to win. Restrictions apply. See official rules. Downtown Detroit. Comerica Park, everything all lit up tonight on a warm August night. Steve Cishek, for the second night in a row, called into the game. Last night, 2 innings, 2 big innings, getting out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam, arriving on that scene in the 6th at Yankee Stadium. A strikeout of Stanton and the double play ball. He's landing right at the top of the order. Robbie Grossman, Jonathan Schoop, and Miguel Cabrera still hunting for 500. Bottom of the 7th. That one zips inside. 4 2/3 of Dylan Bundy. Inning and a third from Austin Warren. And Cishek right away misses in and then misses out.
They try to make a quick adjustment, missed away by a lot.
Cisnero, the righty, Jose Cisnero in Detroit's pen. And Grossman's not a guy that's going to chase a lot. He's patient. There's a good fastball. Pitches down low. It's one of the tougher things to do in the major leagues as a relief pitcher, especially a guy who's, for Cishek, worked multiple innings last night, is to come back the next night, different city, in the middle of a tight ball game and replicate what you did last night.
And he's a feel type pitcher, so he's got to have a feel for that baseball to be successful.
Grossman lifts that to left. Adell drifting back makes the catch. And Cishek has it out. Here comes Schoop.
He was pretty efficient, though, last night in his effort. 2 innings, just 21 pitches, so that helped. And from that arm angle, you always feel that you could throw a little bit more consistently back-to-back days.
Schoop has hit 2 balls into left field for singles. And Cishek dots the outside at the knees. It's 0-1. 2 runs on 7 hits for the Angels. 2 runs on 6 hits for the Tigers. Both teams have had opportunities to add on to their run totals. The Angels a few more than the Tigers. Cabrera's on deck. Hit hard, Mayfield. 2 down, and here comes Cabrera, 0 for 2. "27 players in Major League history have hit 500 home runs. None of them Tigers, and none of them Venezuelan. Cabrera is the all-time home run leader for Venezuelans. And all the Tiger greats never got to 500. Al Kaline hit 399. Norm Cash 373. As a Tiger, Cabrera's hit 361. That one backed up and caught the zone. Of course, Mike Trout, we told you there aren't that many that are close. Nelson Cruz at 441. Next closest is Stanton at 330, Votto at 321, Longoria at 313, and Trout at 310.
Boy, Trout looking on, too. Remember back in 2012, Barrett goes for the Triple Crown, wins the MVP. Trout second. And a lot of people felt, when you look at it, the WAR numbers for Trout, that might have been an even more incredible season for Trout. It's tough when you go for the hit for the Triple Crown, though.
That's low, and Cabrera walks. I don't know that the Angels are pitching around him. Cabrera is not on a real hot streak right now. He walked in the 5th. I think Austin Warren was overwhelmed by the moment. And Cishek missing there. 2-out walk. Here comes Candelario. What do you think?
As a pitcher, you don't want to be part of that history. You don't want to be part of that history. I'm telling you, as much as we all love Miguel Cabrera, you don't want to be that pitcher that gives up number 500. I mean, you prefer to go after him and get him out.
It looked like Dylan Bundy went after him in those first 2 at-bats.
Oh, yes.
Cishek's slider pulled foul. Candelario, good gap power, 32 doubles, 9 homers. He had a 10-game hit streak that ended on Sunday, and he, like Grossman, is a very good on-base guy. 363 on base, 433 slug. If you're waiting on the slider, Cishek at 90 or 91 can get that fastball in on you.
And for a guy that throws from that angle, you always think of the sinker guy, but he rides his fastball very well to that upper quadrant and strikes it both inside and outside.
Got him. Breaking ball. Cishek brilliant last night. Walks Cabrera but strikes out Candelario. And that is a scoreless 7th.
Motor City all lit up on a Tuesday night. Halos kicking off a 3-game set with the Tigers. Game number 1, 2-2 as we head to the top of the 8th inning. And we welcome you back outside the Diamond Club, inside the Big Egg. Kent French with you. Don't forget, when this one is all said and done, we're going to bring you the post-game show. Myself, Mark Gubaza, Jose Mo to talk about Dylan Bundy's performance tonight, how the lower half of the lineup has provided the production for the Halos, and Shohei Ohtani on Shohei Day back in his hometown in Japan on base 3 times, including a single, a stolen base, and a run. And he is scheduled to pitch tomorrow in game number 2. As we send it back to the guys, I'll just be chilling, Gooby, until you're ready to come down.
Well, it's good to see you down there by yourself again to get that little solo shot again for your Frenchie.
I appreciate it.
How did he get that in his contract? I mean, that's...
Well, he is Ken French.
It's automatic. Jose Cisnero, this has been a parade of relievers for the Tigers. Funkhauser, Jimenez, Fulmer, and now Cisnero.
Well, they got some power arms out of their bullpen. This is another 94-99. You see that 97-mile-an-hour fastball, curveball, slider, and an occasional changeup.
Joe Adell, Kurt Suzuki, Juan Lagares. If anybody reaches Shohei Ohtani in the 8th. Two of those to left, one of those to right. Cisnero thought he had it, and it's 1-2. Funkhauser an inning, Jimenez an inning, Fulmer an inning. The 2 runs were against the starter Casey Mize, and they came early for the Angels as Adell flips that one back and out of play. Angels got 1 in the first. Ohtani a single, a stolen base, and a Brandon Marsh RBI single knocked him home. Ohtani walked to the second, but was caught stealing. That ended the inning. A Fletcher infield hit, a walk to Walsh, and a Jack Mayfield hit to right made it 2-0 Angels. Outside corner, Adell knew it. Game 2 tomorrow, back on the mound, Shohei Ohtani. 3:30 for Angels Live. Matt Vasgersian, Mark Gubaza, Jose Mota will have the call for you.
Look at his opponent's batting average, 175, a whip of 0.75. His 4 walks in his last 32 innings. ERA, excellent, is over his last 5 starts.
He has beaten the Tigers this year in that 4-game series, which the Angels won 3 back earlier this year. Suzuki doubled down the right field line back in the 6th on a 1-for-3 night. Tigers did not play yesterday. So everybody in the bullpen, you talked about power arms on parade. Everybody in their bullpen has had a day to refresh. They were blown out. Almost no hit, almost a perfect game on Sunday against Cleveland.
After some years of struggling, they're in the right track right now, the Tigers, with good young starters and power arms in their bullpen.
It's not an overly competitive division. You know, the White Sox are the class. No one else is above 500. Cleveland's 3 under. Detroit 4 under. Minnesota 13 under. Kansas City in the basement, they're 17 under. And for A.J. Hinch, he arrives at a time where the organization is starting to, as you pointed out, move forward and move up after 4 years of disappointing finishes, to say the least. The last winning season was 2016, 86 wins under Brad Ausmus. Pop-up out behind second, shallow center. Stoke runs it down. And a quick word from GMC.
The world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate, available on the GMC Sierra. We are professional grade. GMC.
Juan Lagares has had a tough night. Ohtani on deck. Up the middle, backhanded there. Scope's throw is wild. It's still in play.
You almost want to make sure it stays in play there, keep him at first base. Because if he goes to second, they're going to walk Shohei Ohtani. Not too often I say, don't go in the dugout, don't go in the dugout with the throw.
intentionally walked in the 6th, bounced out in the 4th, walked in the 2nd, single, and scored a run in the 1st.
When you look at the clutch numbers for Shohei Ohtani, an OPS of 1,006 in a tie game. Late close, 967 OPS for Shohei Ohtani.
Ohtani takes a rip at 97. Lagarde is going to get a hit, at least initially, on that. Oh, 1. Cisneros just reared back and challenged him.
Some pretty good movement on his 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
That was in on the hands, and that was also 97.
So far this year against left-handed batters, nearly 80% of the time Cisneros will throw a fastball 0-2. But he will on occasion throw a slider and a changeup to a lefty. But the way Shohei's swinging at these 97-mile-an-hour fastball, you might help him out by speeding up his bat. Give Shohei a better shot to crush one.
Contact and stays alive. Ohtani Day back in his hometown in Japan. We showed you the shots of everybody, seemingly everybody in the town wearing a jersey or a cap. Another 0-2 pitch. Fastball inside corner. Ohtani didn't like it. It looked like it caught the corner. And the Angels are done in the 8th. Great documentary on Hitsville, USA. The birth of Motown. Barry Gordy and all the great recording artists that had the 60s jumping. Even Joe Madden got into that in his chat with Mark Kubica today. What was the song that he...
Wrote it down now. I'm going to make sure I try to remember that one again.
Was it Game On or something like that? In the Game?
No, the game was in the title.
Big Motown fan. And here's Myers. Mike very slowly is starting to turn a corner. Had a really nice outing his last time out. And he arrives in the middle of a 2-2 game in the 8th. Oh!
You could hear that sound, the follow through in the backswing against Kurt Suzuki.
It's all in the game by the four tops, we're told.
All in the game. All in the game.
I knew it was game. You're right. I lost that one. Suzuki's okay. The count's 0-1.
It's another good slider. It's kind of going away from his cutter. It's more fastball, four-seamer, and slider.
And he gets him. Slider. Nunez strikes out. Bullpen's been really nice so far. Austin Warren, Steve Cishek, and now Myers in the 8th.
Downward tilt on the slider. 3 really good ones.
Lefty is up. And the Tiger bullpen, Gregory Soto, who is their closer right now. This is Castro, and he swings and misses. Myers' last 3 appearances. A scoreless inning against Toronto. Inning and a third scoreless against Houston, and then another 2-inning scoreless appearance against the Astros. Right on the corner.
Fastball in, fastball away. After some really good sliders to Nunez.
Trying to get back to where he was in 2020 with 2.10 ERA. In, out, and in.
94, 95, 94. At 95, and Kurt Suzuki was setting up away, but he tied him up in.
Now Willie Castro, who was 1 for 3. The bat is fair, but the ball is foul.
Wow. That is shattered. It's a great stickball bat now.
He'll get a new bat, put a little sticky stuff on the handle. Tough to authenticate that when it's in shards and pieces. Fastball is up. By the way, the Yankees did complete that sweep, and they are even with the Red Sox now tonight.
Even slate percentage points ahead of them.
4.5 games behind Tampa Bay. The Yankees pulling themselves into a wild card position.
Yeah, I was watching the game earlier in the day. They picked up about 7+ games against them.
That's the East. How about Mike Myers? What a nice run he is on. And he comes in and punches out the side in the bottom of the 8th. 2-2 to the 9th. Top tier play, or plural, plays presented by Arco. David Fletcher, everybody.
The range, the different spots as a second baseman for Fletch. 3 in a row ground balls, tied a major league record, set by many. But 3 ground ball outs. Fletch very busy in the game playing outside. This play right here, though, leading the pitcher to the bag. That is a tough throw, off balance throw by Fletch. And who knew? He's leading off again after that one.
The parade continues from the Tigers bullpen. Gregory Soto, who got his 15th save of the season Saturday against Cleveland, pitching a perfect 9th inning, punched out a couple. Obviously, he's not trying to save it now, but he's in the 9th. Trying to keep it at 2-2.
93 to 100. He could touch with his fastball from that arm angle. That last one, 97. Throw a slider and changeup.
Strike to Fletcher. 1 for 4, infield hit. This is the 5th power arm that's come out of the pen. The first 4 all went a scoreless inning. Fletcher loops that to right, and Grossman's there. Grossman hasn't made an error in 339 straight games. It's pretty good.
But he'll tell you he should have caught that one foul ball early in the game, too.
That's right.
He got there. He didn't touch his glove, but he's so good out in the outfield.
Jared Walsh has struck out and walked 3 times. Soto misses out. You've got Iglesias, and if anybody reaches, Brandon Marsh, who is 2 for 4 with a double, I might add. And 1 of 2 runs driven in. They're all meeting there over on the right side, except for Candelario.
It's been a struggle of late against left-handed pitching for Walsh. See if he can get a hold of one. See the frustrated look that Jared Walsh when you have a left-handed pitcher painting the outside corner, upper 90s. Little fastball away again. That one at 100.
But well out of the zone. Griner was set up outside the strike zone.
Well, that is free and easy with a delivery touching 100.
Do you like it if your target is there and the catcher is that far out? His whole body was out of the strike zone. I mean, he squarely caught that reaching forward.
Well, a lot of times as a catcher, the pitch before was on the outside corner, so you're thinking of hitters in protect mode, especially upper 90s fastball, you're more apt to go after that. So it's better to set that target a little bit off the plate to get a swing and miss. More difficult to make contact with. I don't know how you take that pitch after the pitch before paints at 97.
That's down low. And it's 3-2 now. We've seen Griner peek to make sure that Walsh isn't peeking for either a sign or location. Wow. He lost them and the ball kicks away. Walsh trots down to first. That is 4 walks for Jared Walsh tonight. And the Angels have a runner in the ninth.
He threw him a 3-2 slider. Go back to our Hyundai key for the game tonight. I'm back. Speak of being back in Detroit. Jose Iglesias. Fans gave him a nice round of applause when he walked out to the batter's box. We'll see if they can get him the boo right now. What a good swing for Iglesias.
Well, you got Iglesias and then Marsh. Last Angel run was back in the third. They started the scoring in the first. Iglesias right field, that's a base hit. Walsh to second, Grossman good in right field. He'll hold there, and Iglesias knifes one into right. So a walk and a single.
Just a great swing, letting the pitcher with that kind of arm provide the power, make contact, base hit to right.
Now you've got Brandon Marsh. RBI single in the first, a couple strikeouts, and then about a 410-foot double at the very top of the wall in deepest, darkest right center, in which a fan reached over and made contact with the ball. It didn't look from the replays like it was going out, but it was close. And it probably cost him a triple. He was given a double. .99, and that's a strike. This is a long ways in this park.
It's a great swing, too, for Marsh.
.413 feet at the top of that tall wall. That's another strike.
Well, he's got his glove now.
It might not be his. Someone may have lent it to him. Said, here.
He's ready just in case with Marsh up again.
Next time, try that. Soto has spotted 2 upper 90 fastballs. That's out.
I mean, he's a left-handed batter. It's so difficult to make contact with that pitch. You got a lefty who throws from that arm angle, so you're always leery of a fastball in at that angle, and then you can paint like that at that type of velocity. It's tough. That's why it was a great at-bat by Jared Walsh to get a walk on it. 4 walks in the game for Walsh.
Outfield a bit towards left center and shallow, actually. And he goes after 97 and strikes out.
Well, it's up to the captain.
Well, Mayfield has an RBI hit. He's 1 for 3.
Not only it's 97, 98, it has movement. That's a little crossfire delivery.
Joe Madden moved Jack Mayfield from the 9 spot because he wanted him in more RBI positions, and he's been there a couple of times already tonight. Actually, every time he's come to the plate, he's had a chance to drive in a run. He walked back in the first. He drove in the run in the third. Popped out to end the 5th. Struck out to end the 7th. And Gregory Soto isn't slowing down.
No. Just shorten up your swing and allow him to provide the power.
In the dirt. Walsh walked. Iglesias singled. It's Adele who's on deck. And remember, you've got Goslin, Upton, and Stassi on the bench. Ooh, that's in at 99. And it's 2-1.
That is an impressive fastball. When you have that type of movement and that velocity,
Mayfield's had some big moments. Two and 2. Tigers closer, Gregory Soto.
Batters is hitting 077, slugging 077 versus his 4-seamer this year.
That is up, and it's 3 and 2. And Adele watches from the on-deck circle. Full count. And with 2 outs, a head start for Walsh at second and Iglesias at first. That's high. They are loaded. And it's Adele who will come to the plate.
This is where that first pitch of the at-bat is huge for Joe Adele. If you got a shot, make good contact. If it's out of the zone, you let it go. You have the huge advantage, 1-0.
Chris Fetter, former college pitching coach, one of the guys that has made the jump from the college ranks right into Major League Baseball. They like him a lot in Detroit. On one hand, you've got Adell, who has had 4 at-bats already. This is his 5th at-bat. You have a couple of veteran bats on the bench in Upton and Goslin.
It's a big moment for Joe Adell, though. I think it's the right decision to give Joe Adell an opportunity to swing the bat. This is one of those at-bats. You have a good one, you could really use this going forward in a key moment of a game.
Soto against Adell. He missed, and it's 1-0, and that was not the Express.
No, now you tried to backdoor a slider. Now the advantage swings Joe Adell's way. He has to throw a strike, and it's going to be a fastball. It's a good fastball, but you could sit fastball right now.
1-0. That is a strike, and you can see Adell's reaction. Bases filled with Angels. A 22-year-old out of Louisville. 1-1. Adell, left field. That ball's deep. That ball's gone. Grand slam. The kid did it. And the Angels grab the lead.
Say it is so. Joe Adell, grand slam, given the opportunity. Joe Madden the trust in the youngster, and he did not disappoint. Grand salami time. Wow, we saw that energy when he made that incredible catch in left field here at the Big Abe at 97. Went out a lot quicker. Love it. Love the energy. Joe Adell, grand slam. Wow.
That is a blast. This is a big, big yard. And Adell makes it 6-2. My goodness.
Well, as Adell would say, hello. He said hello to that 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Wow, what a moment. Hey, Gooby, you were all over it. You give a kid a chance in that spot, and if he comes through, it can be a huge building block.
Then all of a sudden your confidence grows in a moment where you could be huge for your team, comes through and crushes it. All set up, patient first pitch, work the count, 1-0, always better chance to be able to see a pitch. He took the fastball in at 97, got a fastball 97 out over the plate, and he crushed it.
416 feet. Suzuki now. Suzuki, left field. Castro back. That one's gone. Back to back.
Aloha. Kurt Suzuki.
A slam and a solo. And a 7-2 lead.
Wow, some noise. Eminem, I'm back to back.
Suzuki's 4th of the season. Lagares now. This huge crowd that has been buzzing all night with every Cabrera at bat in search of 500, and even getting worked up every time Ohtani comes to the plate, are in stunned silence. Yes. Lagares to left, and that's going to get to the wall, and he's going to get to second. Power arm after power arm has come out of the pen. Soto the last to arrive.
Wow, and you're talking an incredibly good arm. But you go back to this inning, the walk by Jarrett Walsh got it all going. Base hit by Iglesias and a walk by Mayfield, and then Joe Adell. Wow. Still smiling.
A.J. Hinch, who looks like he's in shock, asks for the baseball. The Angels have cracked this wide open. Joe Adell turns around a bullet. 416 feet later, 7-2 Angels. Let's go indeed. Joe Adell, a grand slam, breaks open a 2-2 tight game in the ninth. His first home run this season, his first career grand slam. Kurt Suzuki follows with a solo shot. Juan Lagares with a double. And now here is Ohtani, who cannot check his swing against the lefty Kroll out of the bullpen. Ian Kroll, veteran, 30 years old. Ohtani tonight has walked twice, 1 for 3. That pitch is up.
Still in shock a couple of these swings in a row. Wow. Joe Adell, grand slam. Kurt Suzuki goes aloha. Solo shot, then a rocket double by Lagares.
Ohtani is the 9th man to come to the plate. Fastball up. I mean, the Angels went grand slam, solo homer, double against Gregory Soto.
And I mentioned those numbers he had versus fastball. 0.77 four-seamer. That's 123 versus his sinker. Wow.
I think if Soto were to go back into that at bat, he might rethink the slider on the first pitch because it put him behind in the count.
That's so huge. Bases loaded, that first pitch to be able to get a strike. To get ahead, it gives you options. If you fall behind, it forces you into the plate with your fastball.
Full count, 3-2. Ohtani's sitting on 39 home runs. That is a big crooked number hanging in the top of the ninth. And Ohtani walks. They'll bring Fletcher up. He started things with a line drive to right for an out.
By the way, that's 3 walks in the game for Shohei Ohtani. They're lost with 4.
Nine walks issued by the Tigers. Fletcher, and that gets under the glove of Scope. And that's going to mean another run as Lagares comes in. 8-2.
Should be a base hit and an RBI. And another run on the scorecard for Soto. Shocking.
Scope never got the glove down. Here's Walsh, who, as you pointed out, had the big walk, lefty on lefty. Iglesias followed with a single. Remember, Marsh struck out. Mayfield in a tight at bat walked, and that set the stage for Adele. Ian Kroll catches the outside corner. Kroll an Angel back in 2018. Briefly. Count 1-2.
Well, the crowd was energized throughout the entire game. It is completely quiet right now.
Yeah, there's such a buzz. Obviously with Cabrera here, but it really felt with Ohtani up as well that they were stirred up. Tight game all night. Busted wide open. 1-2.
By the way, how crazy is it going to be tomorrow night with Shohei Ohtani on the mound?
And Cabrera going for 500.
Potentially going for 500. Cabrera comes up. He would have to come up 5th in the 9th. But if he doesn't come up, you go first at bat will be against Shohei Ohtani tomorrow. Shohei's been on the bases a lot tonight. 4 times.
Yeah, he has.
Looney picked up a stolen base. His 18th. Caught stealing.
Ball swings and misses, and a long inning comes to an end. Joe Adele growing up before our own eyes. A grand slam and an 8-2 lead. And an 8-2 lead for the Angels.
still has that huge smile on his face. What a moment it is for Joe.
And you love the emotion, turning to the Angels dugout, screaming at them, coming around the bases, fired up. Myers struck out the side in the 8th. In line for the win, and just trying to finish it off here in the 9th.
Let's go back to all the work that Joe Adell has put together, from spring training to a solid season in Salt Lake. We're seeing some great defensive routes in the outfield, and then that moment there.
The ball and a strike. Greiner's actually been busy. Late arrival into the lineup. Walked and scored, doubled and scored. And an infield hit. Myers catches that outside corner. And we turn our attention to Myers because he's put together, including this one, 4 really nice relief appearances. And it appears all the things he's been working on with the Angels pitching staff has paid off.
Kind of refining his pitch repertoire just to 2 pitches. Slider, 4-seam fastball. When he's throwing a lot of cutters, he's taking away his velocity and his ability to spot his fastball. And then that's another good 4-seam fastball and another punch out. That's 4 in a row.
That's great to see. Angels Live will follow. There's a lot to like about this. An 8-2 lead. A tight game where every little thing seemed like it would be the difference. It's a big swing from Adell that makes the difference. Reyes now. Grossman behind him.
Keep in mind his good buddy also had 2 hits tonight too, and an RBI single, and Brandon Marsh out in center.
Yeah, Marsh only hit his 413 feet off the top of the wall in deepest right center field.
So if my math is correct, it's 829 feet of distance
between the two.
Yes.
And that ball that Adell hit was way up into the seats. That's into left field. Adell will pick it up. And remember, this ballpark opened. It was the biggest ballpark ever. I mean, ever. And left field, left center, was 395 feet. And you see that fence where the bullpens are? That back wall, the orange part, that was the original left field wall. And Adell's ball was 10 rows in there to straightaway left. I
keep thinking I might have really liked this ballpark back in the day.
I think it was
first opened up.
I think it was Bobby Higginson that called it Comerica National Park. Sarcastically, because he's a hitter and it was tough to hit it out of there until they moved the fence in left field.
Ah, hitters.
I know. I think a pitcher designed this ballpark. Outside corner. Look at it. I mean, it's still a big park with where the fence is now. It's 370 in left center, and it gets all the way to 420 in a hurry in straightaway center. Outside corner, it's 1-2 to Grossman after the single by Reyes. Kent French, Jose Mota, Mark Gubiza will all be here for Angels Live. If you've missed any of tonight, you want to stick around. There's a lot going on. It's the defensive David Fletcher could be one segment. Dylan Bundy, good early. The kids coming through. Marsh, Adele, Mayfield being moved up in the lineup. How about Joe Maddon's tweak of his lineup, bringing Marsh, Mayfield into that 5 and 6 spot?
Two really good at-bats, patient at-bats. Mayfield and Walsh set it all up. And Joe Adele, wow, what a moment that was. And I credit Joe Maddon for allowing the youngster that opportunity. And he came through.
Three-two. That one's fouled off. We'll save you the time of looking up the box score. Here you go. Ohtani has walked a lot. Actually, been on base a ton. Fletcher, single, reached on an error. Then you get to Walsh, 4 walks. Iglesias, 2 singles. Marsh, single, double, RBI. Mayfield, Adele's grand slam. Suzuki, double and a homer. And Lagares, single and a double and a run.
It's only appropriate that fly ball went to Joe Adele because we get a chance to talk about him.
Scope now, who was given an error on that Fletcher ball that got under his glove. Cabrera is on deck. Myers misses outside. Ground ball. Oh, yeah. It's Fletch. Fittingly to first. What a night for the Angels tonight in Detroit.
Boy, to be able to come back like they did against a power arm like Soto. Grand slam by Joe Adele. Big game by Brandon Marsh. And the glove. No more Gary Payton. We're going David Fletcher the glove.
Very nice. And you know what? Not an easy travel night.
No.
You play on Sunday on the West Coast, flights delayed. You get into New York, get to your hotel about 5 in the morning, play a tight one with the Yankees last night, right back on a plane into Detroit. Early morning hours, Joe Maddon's group comes out, 2-2 game. Into the 9th, busted open with a slam by Adele, the solo shot by Suzuki. And Joe Adele on cloud 9 right now. An 8-2 Angels win.
Wow. Love that bat flip. Loving it. The energy. It's 416 feet. Joe Adele. Hello.
And he is with our Jose Mota.
Thanks, Rich. Joe, congratulations. Outstanding swing. Let's talk about the emotions from the minute you made contact to the reaction and then running the bases. What was that like for you?